There is a feeling that permeates so much of modern life, a quiet hum of anxiety beneath the surface of our days. It is the feeling of the endlessly scrolling screen, the constant cascade of notifications, the mental to-do list that follows us even into our dreams. We are adrift in a river of information, caught in a current of perpetual motion. Striving to keep our heads above water, we run on a treadmill that never seems to stop, chasing a horizon of happiness that always seems to recede just as we approach it. We work so hard to build lives of security and comfort, yet we find ourselves more stressed, more disconnected, and more spiritually exhausted than ever before. We feel as though we are pushing against a great, invisible door, applying all our effort, all our will, all our strength, yet it remains firmly shut. There is a sense of being blocked, of being fundamentally at odds with the natural flow of life, unable to receive the very peace and abundance we so desperately seek. This feeling of being stuck is not a personal failure. It is a symptom of a deep and collective misunderstanding. We have been taught to believe that happiness is something to be acquired from the outside, a prize to be won through relentless effort and control. We believe that if we can just get the right job, find the right partner, accumulate the right things, and arrange our lives perfectly, then we will finally be granted permission to be at peace. But this external pursuit is a path of inevitable frustration because it is based on a false premise. It ignores the vast, inner landscape of our own minds and hearts, the very source from which all our experiences of joy and sorrow arise. The truth is, the door we have been pushing against with all our might has been a pull door all along. The way forward is not through more effort, but through a radical act of letting go. For over 2.5 millennia, there has been a profound tradition of wisdom, a deep science of the mind, that has investigated this very predicament with unparalleled clarity. This ancient path offers not a set of beliefs to be adopted, but a set of practical tools and transformative insights for waking up from the dream of struggle. It suggests that peace is not something we need to find, but something we must learn to allow. It invites us to explore the art of letting go, not as an act of passive resignation, but as a courageous release of the heavy burden of control we were never meant to carry. It introduces us to the power of mindfulness, the simple yet profound practice of coming home to the present moment, the only place where life truly exists. And it points toward the possibility of awakening, of seeing through the illusions that cause our suffering and rediscovering the boundless peace, clarity, and compassion that is our own true nature. This journey we are about to embark upon is an invitation to explore these timeless principles, to learn how to trust the universe by first learning to understand ourselves, and in doing so, to finally open the door to the true and lasting abundance that awaits within. We begin our journey not with a grand gesture, but with a quiet, internal turning, a turning towards a feeling so familiar, so deeply woven into the fabric of our lives, that we often fail to see it for what it is. In the ancient language of the Buddha, this feeling is called dukkha. We might translate it as suffering, but it is so much more subtle than that. It is the background hum of unsatisfactoriness, the low-grade anxiety that whispers to us in quiet moments. It is the feeling that something is not quite right, something is missing, or that the ground beneath our feet is never truly solid. It is the stress of the morning commute, the sting of a thoughtless word, the disappointment when things do not go according to our plans. and even the subtle tension that accompanies our happiest moments. The fear that this joy will soon end. This is the water we swim in, the air we breathe, and the source of this pervasive feeling. The root of this deep disquiet is a single, powerful act that we perform constantly, unconsciously, from the moment we wake until the moment we fall asleep. It is the act of clinging, of grasping, of holding on. The Pali word for this is tanha, which translates to thirst or craving. It is the tight fist of the mind, clenching around everything we think we need to be happy. We believe our suffering comes from the outside, from the world's failure to meet our demands. We didn't get the promotion, so we suffer. The person we love doesn't behave the way we want, so we suffer. It's raining on the day of our picnic, so we suffer. But the wisdom of the path reveals a more profound truth. The suffering does not come from the event itself, but from our attachment to a specific outcome, an outcome that the universe, in its infinite and impartial dance, did not deliver. The problem is not the rain. The problem is our clenched fist attachment to sunshine. The pain is in the resistance, the friction between our rigid expectation and the fluid reality of what is. We are attached not only to things, to our homes, our cars, our possessions. That is the most obvious layer. We are attached to our opinions, defending them as if they were extensions of our own body. We are attached to our identity, that carefully constructed story of who we are, the successful professional, the good parent, the spiritual person. Any challenge to this story feels like a personal attack. We are attached to our pleasant feelings, desperately trying to hold on to joy, to excitement, to peace. And in the very act of grasping, we squeeze the life out of them and create the fear of their departure. And perhaps most heavily, we are attached to our pain. We cling to old wounds, to past slights, to stories of our own victimhood. We replay them in our minds, watering their roots, keeping them alive, because in a strange way, they have become part of who we are. This clinging, this tanha, is a prison we build for ourselves, bar by bar, thought by thought. At the heart of this grasping is a powerful illusion, the illusion of control. We move through our days believing that if we can just arrange all the external pieces correctly, if we can manage every project, schedule every minute, and influence every person, then we will finally be safe, finally be happy. We create 5-year plans, to-do lists, and intricate strategies, all in an attempt to impose our will upon the wild, unpredictable flow of existence. This desire for control fuels a state of constant vigilance and anxiety. The mind becomes a frantic micromanager, trying to anticipate every problem, hedge every bet, and prevent every possible negative outcome. But life does not yield to our management. It is a force of nature. Like a great river, we can build dams, and we can divert its course for a time. But the river will always flow, and its power is far greater than our own. The illusion of control is the source of immense exhaustion. It is the act of trying to hold a river in our hands. The more we try to control, the more we feel out of control, because we are fighting a battle we can never win. The universe is not hostile. It is simply indifferent to our preferences. Letting go begins with the deep, embodied recognition of this truth. It is the humility to acknowledge that we are a small part of a vast, interconnected process, not the center of it. This brings us to the core of this teaching, what it truly means to let go. In our culture of striving and ambition, letting go is often misunderstood as failure, as weakness, as passive resignation. We imagine a person giving up, becoming apathetic, simply letting life happen to them. But this is not the nature of true letting go. Far from being a passive act, letting go is an act of profound strength, courage, and wisdom. It is an active process of unclenching the fist. It takes energy and intention to notice the habit of grasping and to consciously, gently, release it. Letting go is not about not caring. It is about caring so much that you are willing to release your personal agenda for how things should be and to meet life as it is. It is the supreme act of trust, a trust in the flow of life itself. It is the understanding that we do not always know what is best, and that sometimes the universe has a far greater plan than our small ego could ever conceive. It is accepting the present moment, fully and without reservation, even if it contains discomfort, sadness, or uncertainty. It is not approving of the situation, but simply allowing it to be, without adding the second layer of suffering, which is our mental resistance to it. There is a timeless story that illustrates this with beautiful simplicity. Two monks, one senior and one junior, were on a long journey on foot. They came to a river where the current was strong. A young woman stood there, elegantly dressed, afraid to cross for fear of ruining her clothes and being swept away. Without a word, the senior monk walked up to her, lifted her onto his shoulders, carried her across the river, and set her down gently on the other side. The woman bowed and went on her way. The junior monk was scandalized. Monks are forbidden from touching women. He was filled with judgmental thoughts, fuming in silence as they continued their walk. Hour after hour, he replayed the scene in his mind, his anger and disapproval growing with every step. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he burst out, "Brother, how could you do that? We are not permitted to touch women. Yet you picked one up and carried her across the river." The senior monk looked at him with a calm, gentle smile. "Brother," he said softly, "I put that woman down by the river hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? This story is our life. Every day, we are presented with events, with interactions, with challenges. These are the river crossings. The events themselves pass, but we continue to carry them. We carry the argument from this morning, the unfair criticism from last week, the worry about tomorrow's meeting. We carry them in our minds, in our hearts, in the tension in our shoulders. We are the junior monk. To weighed down by burdens, we refuse to set down. Letting go is the simple, profound act of putting the woman down. It is the recognition that the event is over, and all that remains is our mental story about it. And we have the power, in this very moment, to release that story. When we begin to practice this art, something remarkable happens. The energy that was once consumed by grasping, by resisting, by controlling, by replaying the past and fearing the future, is liberated. This liberated energy becomes available to us as vitality, as presence, as joy. When the fist of the mind is unclenched, The hand is open, and an open hand can receive. It can receive the beauty of a single sunbeam, the taste of a cup of tea, the warmth of a genuine human connection. Without the armor of our fixed ideas, we become more sensitive, more porous, more alive. We discover a deep and abiding peace that does not depend on external conditions being perfect. It is the peace of the deep ocean, which remains calm and undisturbed, no matter how turbulent the waves on the surface may be. This is the freedom of non-attachment. It is not a cold detachment, but a warm, engaged, and open-hearted embrace of reality. It is the beginning of trusting the universe, because we have stopped fighting with it. We have learned to flow with the river, rather than trying to command it. We have started to put down the heavy burdens we have been carrying for so long. The question now becomes, how do we do this in practice? How do we train ourselves to notice the clenching of the fist so that we can begin to open it? This requires a tool, an inner technology of awareness, and that tool, that anchor in the present moment, is the practice of mindfulness. We have seen that our suffering arises from the clenched fist of the mind, from our constant, unconscious grasping at things, ideas, and outcomes. We have felt the truth of the story of the monk who carried the woman in his mind long after he had set her down. The diagnosis has been made, but what is the cure? It is not enough to know that we are clinging, just as it is not enough for a person lost in the forest to know that they are lost. They need a compass. For us, that compass, that tool for learning how to gently open the fist of the mind, is mindfulness. The word itself can feel intimidating, shrouded in images of saffron-robed masters sitting motionless for days. But at its heart, mindfulness is the most natural human capacity we possess. It is the simple, radical act of paying attention, on purpose, in the present moment, and without judgment. Let's break that down, because every part of that definition is a key. Paying attention, on purpose. This means we are making a conscious choice to direct our awareness, rather than letting it be pulled here and there by every passing thought, sound, or sensation. In the present moment, not ruminating on the past, not rehearsing the future, but arriving fully in the only moment that ever truly exists, the here and now, and most importantly, without judgment. We simply observe what is, without labeling it as good or bad, right or wrong, without needing to fix it, change it, or push it away. Before we go further, it is crucial to understand what mindfulness is not. It is not about stopping your thoughts. This is perhaps the greatest myth, and the one that causes most people to give up. The mind's nature is to produce thoughts, just as a heart's nature is to beat. You cannot and should not try to force it to stop. Trying to suppress thoughts is like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. The moment you let go, it shoots up with even greater force. Mindfulness is not about creating a blank, empty mind. Instead, imagine your awareness as the vast, open, blue sky. Your thoughts, feelings, and sensations are the clouds that drift through it. Some are dark and stormy. Some are light and fluffy. The clouds are not the sky. Mindfulness is the practice of learning to rest in the awareness of the sky, allowing the clouds to come and go without identifying with them. Without being the cloud, it is a shift in perspective. from being caught in the drama to becoming the calm, spacious witness of the drama. It is not an escape from reality, but a courageous turning towards it, a willingness to be with life exactly as it unfolds. To understand why this practice is so essential, we must first become familiar with the normal, untrained state of the human mind. The Buddha gave it a wonderfully descriptive name, the monkey mind. Imagine a restless monkey in a tree, grabbing one branch, swinging to another, immediately letting go to grasp a third, never staying still for more than a second. This is our mind. One moment, it swings to a memory of something embarrassing you said yesterday. The next, it swings to a worry about a bill that's due next week. Then it leaps to a fantasy about a future vacation. Then it's distracted by an itch on your nose. Then it remembers you need to buy milk. This endless, frantic swinging is exhausting. It drains our energy and fragments our attention. We live our lives in a state of perpetual distraction, rarely ever fully present for what is right in front of us. We eat our meals without tasting them. We have conversations while planning our response. We walk through nature, thinking about work. We are everywhere but here. Mindfulness is the gentle training that teaches this monkey how to be still, not by caging it, but by giving it a single, peaceful branch to hold on to. That peaceful branch, the most reliable and accessible anchor for our attention, is the breath, the practice of mindfulness of breath, or anapanasati, is the foundation of this training. It is profoundly simple. You simply find a comfortable posture, close your eyes gently, and bring your full attention to the physical sensation of your own breathing. You don't need to change your breath. Don't try to make it deeper or slower. Just observe it as it is. Feel the coolness of the air entering your nostrils, and the slight warmth as it leaves. Feel the gentle rising of your abdomen on the in-breath, and the soft falling on the out-breath. This sensation is your anchor. Inevitably, within a few seconds, the monkey mind will swing away. A thought will arise. A sound will distract you. A plan will emerge. This is not a failure. This is the moment the practice truly begins. The moment you notice that your mind has wandered. You have just woken up. That moment of noticing is mindfulness. And then, gently, kindly, without any self-criticism, you guide your attention back to the anchor of the breath. You might have to do this 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times in a single session. And that is the practice. Every return is a victory. Every time you guide the mind back, you are strengthening the muscle of attention. You are cultivating patience and self-compassion. From the breath, we can expand our awareness. The body scan meditation is a beautiful way to reconnect with our physical selves. We spend so much time living in our heads, treating our body like a vehicle to carry our brain around. In this practice, we bring a gentle, curious attention to every part of the body, one by one. Starting with the toes of the left foot, you simply notice whatever sensations are present. Tingling, warmth, pressure, numbness, or maybe no sensation at all. There is no right or wrong way to feel. You are simply bringing a friendly awareness, as if you are saying hello to each part of yourself. Then you move to the sole of the foot, the heel, the ankle, and so on, slowly sweeping your awareness up through the entire body. This practice can be deeply relaxing, but more importantly, It grounds us in the reality of our embodied experience, right here, right now. And mindfulness is not limited to sitting on a cushion. Mindful walking, or Thianhang, transforms movement into meditation. Instead of rushing to a destination, your destination becomes each step. You bring your attention to the soles of your feet, feeling the lifting, the moving, the placing of each foot on the ground. You are walking just to walk. This turns a simple, everyday activity into a profound practice of presence. The true goal, of course, is to bring this quality of awareness off the cushion and into the fabric of our daily lives. This is where the transformation truly happens. You can practice mindful eating instead of mindlessly consuming food while watching a screen. Take the first few bites of your meal in silence. Look at the food. Notice the colors and textures. Smell its aroma. When you take a bite, have slowly and really taste the flavors. Feel the gratitude for the food and all the hands that brought it to your plate. You can practice mindful listening. The next time you are in a conversation, give the other person the gift of your full, undivided attention. Listen not just to their words, but to the feeling behind the words. Resist the urge to formulate your reply while they are still speaking. Just listen. This can transform your relationships. There is a famous Zen story about a young student who seeks out a great master, hoping to learn the secret to enlightenment. He asks the master, "What did you do before you were enlightened?" The master replies, "I chopped wood and I carried water." The student, puzzled, then asks, "And what do you do now, after you are enlightened?" The master smiles and says, "I chop wood and I carry water. The external activities of life do not change. We still have to work, pay bills, wash dishes, and do our chores. But we can change the quality of our presence to these activities. You can wash the dishes just to get them clean, or you can wash the dishes to feel the warmth of the water and the smoothness of the plate. You can turn any mundane task into an anchor for the present moment. This is the power of mindfulness. It is the master key that unlocks the door of the prison of our own minds. It is the light that we shine into the dark corners of our habitual patterns of clinging and aversion. It allows us to see the grasping as it happens. We feel an insult, and we can notice the immediate clenching in the stomach, the tightening of the jaw, the angry thought arising. By noticing it, we create a space, and in that space, we have a choice. We can either react unconsciously, as we always have, or we can choose to breathe, to soften, and to let it go. Mindfulness is the bridge from understanding the theory of letting go to living the reality of it. It brings us home to ourselves, home to the present moment. And as we rest more and more in this present moment awareness, as we become familiar with the landscape of our own mind, a deeper question naturally begins to arise. We are observing our breath, observing our body, observing our thoughts. But who or what is this observer? Who is the I that is doing all this watching? To answer that, we must venture even deeper into the heart of wisdom, to explore the profound and liberating truth of what we call the self. As we sit in the quiet stillness of mindfulness, anchored to the rhythm of our breath, we become intimate witnesses to the ceaseless activity of our own inner world. We watch thoughts arise and dissolve, feelings ebb and flow, sensations flicker and fade. We learn to rest in the calm space of awareness that holds all of this, and from that space, a profound question begins to echo. The very question we arrived at in our last exploration. If I am watching my thoughts, I cannot be my thoughts. If I am feeling my body, I cannot be just my body. If I am aware of my emotions, I am not simply my emotions. So, who or what is this I that is the witness? This inquiry leads us to the very heart of the Buddhist path, to a teaching so radical and liberating that it has the power to dismantle our entire reality. It is the wisdom of anatta, or not self. This is not a denial of your existence, but an invitation to investigate its true nature, to look for the solid, permanent, independent self you assume you are, and to see if you can actually find it from the moment we learn to speak. We are taught to use the words I, me, and mine. I want this. This is me. That is mine. We build an identity, a story around this I. It is a composite of our name, our body, our history, our memories, our talents, our wounds, our relationships, our possessions. We call this story myself, and we spend the rest of our lives defending it, promoting it, and trying to make it happy. This conventional self is necessary for functioning in the world. We need a name to put on a driver's license. We need a sense of personal history to learn from our experiences. The Buddha's teaching does not ask us to stop using the word I. It asks us to look deeply at what we mean by it. Our fundamental suffering comes from the mistaken belief that this conventional self is a solid, unchanging, independent entity, a little king or queen sitting on a throne inside our skull. Directing the show, we believe there is a core me that is the thinker of the thoughts, the feeler of the feelings. The wisdom of anatta invites us to become a scientist of our own experience and to see if this is actually true. To guide this investigation, the teachings provide a beautifully systematic framework. They suggest that our entire experience of being a self can be broken down into 5 categories, known as the 5 aggregates, or skandhas. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. The invitation is to look at each of these components and ask, is this me? Is this mine? Is this myself? Let's undertake this inquiry together. The first aggregate is form, or rupa. This is our physical body and the entire material world. Look at your body. Is this you? It seems so at first, but this body is in a constant state of flux. The cells you had 7 years ago are almost entirely gone, replaced by new ones. The body of a newborn is not the body of a teenager, which is not the body of an elder. Your hair and nails grow and are cut away. If you were to lose a limb in an accident, would you be any less you? The body is a process, not a thing. It is composed entirely of non-body elements: the food you ate, the water you drank, the air you breathe, all borrowed from the earth and destined to return to it. When you look closely, you cannot find a permanent you in this changing, ephemeral collection of flesh and bone. So, the body is not our true self. The second aggregate is feeling, or vedana. These are the raw sensations that arise whenever our senses make contact with the world. They are categorized as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. A cool breeze on a hot day is pleasant. A sudden loud noise is unpleasant. The feeling of your clothes against your skin might be neutral. Are you your feelings? If you were, yourself would be born and would die thousands of times a day. You would be joy in one moment, sorrow in the next, boredom after that. Feelings are like bubbles on the surface of water, arising and passing away with incredible speed. They are utterly unreliable as a basis for a stable self. They are visitors, not the owner of the house. So, feelings are not our true self. The third aggregate is perception, or sana. This is the faculty that recognizes, names, and labels our experience. It's the part of the mind that sees a shape and says tree, hears a sound and says bird, feels a sensation and says sadness. Are you your perceptions? Perceptions are deeply conditioned by our past, our culture, or language. Two people can look at the same piece of modern art and have completely different perceptions of it. Our perceptions can be, and often are, mistaken. They are like colored glasses through which we see the world, not the world itself. They are not a solid foundation for a self. So, perceptions are not our true self. The fourth aggregate is mental formations, or sankhara. This is a broad category that includes all of our mental habits, our thoughts, opinions, beliefs, biases, intentions, moods, and volitions. This is the chattering voice in the head, the planner, the worrier, the judge. This is what most of us identify with most strongly. But are you your thoughts? If you sit quietly and watch your mind, you will quickly discover that thoughts arise and pass away all by themselves. You are not consciously creating most of them. They bubble up from the depths of the subconscious, triggered by a sight, a sound, a memory. If you were your thoughts, who is the one watching them? The very act of mindfulness proves that you are the awareness in which the thought appears, not the thought itself. Thoughts are transient mental events, not the essence of who you are. So, mental formations are not our true self. Finally, the fifth aggregate is consciousness, or vijnana. This is the raw faculty of knowing, the basic awareness that arises when a sense organ meets a sense object. There is seeing consciousness, hearing consciousness, smelling consciousness, thinking consciousness. Are you your consciousness? This seems close, but the teachings point out that consciousness is always dependent. It cannot exist on its own. Seeing consciousness depends on an eye and a visible form. Hearing consciousness depends on an ear and a sound. There is no disembodied, independent consciousness floating around. It arises and ceases from moment to moment, dependent on conditions. It is not a continuous, singular entity. So, consciousness is not our true self. There is a famous dialogue from the ancient text, the Milindapana, that perfectly illustrates this deconstruction. The Buddhist sage Nagasena visits King Milinda. The king asks his name, and the sage replies that he is known as Nagasena. But this is merely a designation, a convenient name, as there is no permanent person to be found. The king, a sharp intellectual, is bewildered. He asks, if there is no person, then who is it that wears these robes and eats this food? Is your hair Nagasena? No. Your Mayeste. Are your feelings, your thoughts, your body Nagasena? No, your Majesty, the king exclaims. Then I cannot see who Nagasena is. You are speaking of falsehood. Nagasena remains calm and turns the inquiry back on the king. Your Majesty, you came here in a chariot. Is the axle the chariot? No. Venerable Sire, are the wheels the chariot, the frame, the yoke, the reins? The king answers no to each question. Nagasena then asks, is the chariot all of these parts put together? No. Venerable Sire, is the chariot something separate from all of these parts? No. Venerable Sir, the sage then declares, Your Majesty, just as chariot is a convenient name we give to a collection of parts, arranged in a certain way, so Nagasena is a convenient name for this collection of the 5 aggregates. But if you search for an essential, independent chariot or Nagasena, you will not find one. This insight is not an intellectual exercise. It is the key to profound liberation. When you believe in a solid, separate self, you live in a constant state of anxiety. You must defend this self from criticism, promote its agenda, and fear its eventual annihilation, its death. But when you see through the illusion, when you realize that the self is not a noun, but a verb, a fluid process, a flowing river of experiences, an immense burden is lifted from your shoulders. The fear of what others think of you lessens, because you realize their opinions are aimed at a temporary, ever-changing construct. The fear of failure diminishes, because there is no solid self to be permanently stained by it. The defensiveness and anger melt away, because there is no fragile ego to protect. Most profoundly, the terror of death is transformed. If the self is a process, not a thing, then what is it that truly dies? It is like a wave in the ocean. A wave has a temporary form and identity. It rises, travels, and then merges back into the ocean. Did the wave die, or did it just return to its true nature? Seeing through the illusion of the separate self opens the door to a radical sense of connection. If I am not this isolated ego, and you are not that isolated ego, then where do I end and you begin? We realize we are all waves in the same ocean of existence. We are all composed of the same elements, all part of the same interconnected web of life. My happiness is not separate from your happiness. Your suffering is not separate from my suffering. This is the foundation of true compassion and empathy, and this leads us directly to a more nuanced understanding of karma. If we are all interconnected, then every action, every word, every thought is like a stone tossed into a pond. The ripples don't just affect us, they spread out and touch everything. The law of cause and effect is not some external system of reward and punishment. It is the intimate, observable reality of our shared being. Our actions have consequences, not because a God is keeping score, but because we are fundamentally inseparable from the whole. Understanding this, we begin to act with much greater care, wisdom, and love, recognizing that every action we take is shaping not just our own future, but the future of the entire world. As we stand on the ground of not self, of anatta, the solid walls of our separate ego begin to dissolve. We see ourselves not as isolated islands, but as interconnected waves in a single, vast ocean of being. This realization is not just a philosophical comfort. It is the very key that unlocks one of the most misunderstood and yet most empowering principles of the path. the law of karma. When we understand that we are all inextricably linked, the idea that our actions have consequences ceases to be an abstract theory and becomes an intimate, self-evident truth. Every thought we think, every word we speak, every action we take is a vibration sent out into this shared web of existence, a cause that will inevitably have an effect. This is karma. It is not fate. It is not a system of cosmic reward and punishment handed down by an external judge. It is the universe's most basic law of physics, applied to the heart and mind. It is the law of cause and effect. The word karma, in Sanskrit, simply means action, but in the Buddhist understanding, it refers specifically to a certain kind of action, intentional action. The Buddha was crystal clear about this. The defining factor of karma is cetana, the Pali word for intention, volition, or will. It is the mental impulse behind the action that gives it its karmic weight. This is a profoundly liberating distinction. Imagine a surgeon who uses a scalpel to cut into a person's body to remove a cancerous tumor. Now imagine a mugger who uses a knife to cut a person to steal their wallet. The physical action, cutting with a sharp object, is similar, but the intention behind them could not be more different. One is rooted in a desire to heal and preserve life, an act of compassion. The other is rooted in greed and a disregard for the well-being of another, an act of harm. The karmic seeds planted by these two actions are worlds apart. The surgeon's action is wholesome, or kusala. The mugger's action is unwholesome, or akusala. This places the power of our destiny not in the external outcomes of our actions, which we often cannot control, but in the one thing we can always cultivate and purify, our own intention. To understand how karma operates over time, the teaching offers a beautiful and potent metaphor, that of planting seeds. Imagine your mind stream. Your consciousness is a vast and fertile field. Every intentional action you perform, whether through body, speech, or thought, is like planting a seed, or baya. In this field, an action motivated by greed, hatred, or delusion plants a seed of suffering. An action motivated by their opposite's generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom plants a seed of happiness. Once planted, this seed does not disappear. It remains latent in the field of the mind, waiting for the right conditions to ripen. Just like a farmer who plants a mango seed knows it needs soil, water, and sunlight to grow, these karmic seeds need the right conditions in our life to come to fruition. This is why the results of our actions are not always immediate. You might perform an act of kindness and not see any immediate reward. You might engage in a moment of anger and not see any immediate consequence. But the seeds have been planted, and when the causes and conditions are right, they will sprout, and we will experience their fruit as the circumstances of our life, as our happiness or our sorrow. This agricultural metaphor shatters the misconception of karma as a deterministic fate. Fate implies that our life is already written, that we are merely actors in a play scripted by our past. Karma teaches the opposite. It teaches radical responsibility and empowerment. Yes, the field of our mind already contains countless seeds planted by our actions in the past, a mix of wholesome and unwholesome seeds. The experiences we are having right now are, in part, the ripening of some of these old seeds. We cannot go back and unplant them. The past is the past. But what is critically important is this: In every single moment, we are standing in the field with new seeds in our hands. Every moment presents a choice. With this thought, am I planting a seed of anger or a seed of patience? With this word, am I planting a seed of division or a seed of kindness? With this action, am I planting a seed of selfishness or a seed of generosity? You are the farmer of your own life, while you must tend to the garden that already exists. Your true power lies in the seeds you choose to plant right now. By consciously and consistently planting seeds of wholesomeness, you can change the entire landscape of your mind. The new, healthy crops can, over time, overwhelm the weeds that grew from old, unwholesome seeds. This is not about being perfect. It is about waking up to our power as creators of our reality and choosing again and again to align our intentions with wisdom and compassion. There is no story that illustrates this power of transformation more dramatically than that of Angulimala. His name meant finger necklace because he was a terrifying serial killer who roamed the forests, murdering travelers and collecting one of their fingers to add to the gruesome garland he wore. He was the embodiment of unwholesome karma, sowing terror and death wherever he went. One day, the Buddha, aware of Angulimala's trajectory, deliberately walked into the forest where he lived. Angulimala saw him and thought, "Excellent, another victim." He began to run after the Buddha, but a strange thing happened. Though the Buddha was only walking calmly, Angulimala, running with all his might, could not catch up. Exasperated, he yelled, "Stop! Monk, stop!" The Buddha, still walking, turned and replied, "I have stopped. Angulimala, it is you who have not." The Buddha's words, his unshakable calm, and his profound compassion struck Angulimala like a bolt of lightning. "I have stopped" meant that the Buddha had stopped all killing, all harming, all acts that cause suffering. The command, "It is you who have not," pointed directly at Angulimala's own continuous, frenzied momentum of violence. In that moment, a profound shift occurred. Angulimala threw down his weapons, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and asked to become a monk. His transformation was total, but karma is a natural law. He still had to experience some of the ripening of his terrible past actions. When he would go on his arms round into the village, people who had lost family members to him would throw rocks and refuse to give him food. He would return to the monastery bruised and bleeding, but his inner state was completely changed. He bore these consequences with a patience and equanimity born of his new, wholesome intention. He was no longer planting seeds of hatred and violence. Instead, with every mindful breath, with every step taken in peace, he was planting powerful new seeds of non-harming and compassion. His past was horrific, but he did not let it define his present or his future. Through dedicated practice, the story says, Angulimala completely purified his mind stream, overcame the weight of his past actions, and eventually became an arhat, a fully awakened being, a testament to the truth that no one is beyond redemption, and that the power of present moment intention can alter any destiny. The story of Angulimala and the very law of karma point to a single, inescapable conclusion. If we wish to find lasting happiness, peace, and true abundance, the path is not to manipulate the external world, but to purify the inner world of our own heart. Our experience of life is a direct reflection of the quality of our intentions. If we want to harvest mangoes, we must plant mango seeds. If we want to experience love, connection, and joy, we must plant the seeds of love, connection, and joy. This raises the most practical of questions. How exactly do we do that? How do we consciously cultivate these wholesome states and make them the default setting of our heart? The answer lies in the explicit training of the heart, starting with the most foundational and powerful of all positive emotions, the boundless, unconditional well-wishing for all beings known as metta, or loving kindness. We arrive now at the garden of the heart, having understood the law of karma. We know that to harvest a life of peace and well-being, we must plant the corresponding seeds. The most potent, life-giving, and transformative of all seeds are those of goodwill and benevolence. But how do we cultivate a garden that has been, for so long, overgrown with the weeds of anxiety, indifference, and fear? We do it with a practice of profound beauty and power, a practice that is the very antidote to the poisons of anger, hatred, and isolation. This practice is called metta bhavana, the cultivation of loving kindness. Metta is a Pali word that translates as unconditional friendliness, boundless warmth, and a gentle, benevolent love. It is not the possessive, romantic love of songs and poems, nor is it the sentimental affection that depends on someone pleasing us. Metta is like the light and warmth of the sun. The sun does not choose who to shine upon. It shines on the saint and the sinner, the flower and the stone, the rich and the poor, all with equal and impartial generosity. Metta is the wish for all beings, without exception, to be happy and well. It is a radical training of the heart to open, to soften, and to connect. The journey of metta cultivation begins in the most intimate and often the most challenging territory of all, with ourselves. The instructions are clear and unwavering. You must begin by offering loving kindness to yourself. In a world that teaches us self-criticism as a tool for motivation, this can feel awkward, selfish, or even impossible. We are so accustomed to the inner voice that highlights our flaws, replays our mistakes, and tells us we are not good enough. The practice of self-compassion is a direct rebellion against this inner tyrant. It is the recognition that you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot offer genuine friendship to others if you are at war with yourself. To begin, you find a quiet space and a comfortable posture. You can place a hand gently on your heart to foster a sense of warmth and connection. And then, you silently repeat a series of simple, heartfelt phrases directed towards your own being. The traditional phrases are a beautiful guide. May I be safe. May I be healthy and strong. May I be happy. May I live my life with ease. As you repeat these words, you try to let the feeling behind them soak into your heart. At first, your mind may object. It may say, "I don't deserve this," or "This is silly." That is perfectly normal. You notice these thoughts without judgment, as you would in mindfulness practice, and you gently return to the phrases. You are not trying to force a feeling. You are planting seeds. You are tending to the soil. You are making the quiet, revolutionary choice to become your own friend. This is the essential foundation upon which all authentic love for others is built. Once you have established a warm, friendly connection with yourself, the practice expands outwards in a systematic sequence. Like ripples in a pond, the first ripple extends to a benefactor. This is a person for whom you feel natural respect and gratitude, a teacher, a mentor, or someone who has been kind to you. You bring their image to mind, and you offer them the same wishes. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be happy. May you live with ease. This stage helps to prime the pump of the heart, as it is usually easy to feel goodwill towards someone who has helped us. The next ripple moves to a dear friend. Picture a close friend or a beloved family member, someone you love easily and deeply. Hold their image in your heart and bathe them in the light of your metta. Feel the genuine wish for their happiness, for their freedom from suffering. This stage allows the feeling of loving kindness to blossom and grow strong. Now, the practice deepens. The next ripple extends to a neutral person. This is someone you see in your daily life but have no strong feelings about one way or the other. It could be the cashier at the grocery store, the mail carrier, the person you nod to in the hallway at work. You bring this person to mind, and just as you did for yourself and your dear friend, you offer them the exact same wishes. May you be safe. May you be happy. This is a powerful practice for breaking down the walls of indifference that we build around our hearts. It is a recognition of our shared humanity. This person, just like me, wants to be happy. This person, just like me, wants to be free from pain. It dissolves the illusion of separation and awakens us to the interconnectedness we share, even with strangers. Then comes the most transformative challenge, the difficult person. The practice invites you to bring to mind someone with whom you have conflict, someone who has hurt you, or someone you simply find irritating. It is crucial to approach this stage with wisdom. You might start with someone only mildly annoying, not the greatest source of pain in your life. The purpose here is not to condone their harmful actions or to force a premature, inauthentic forgiveness. The purpose of this practice is to free your own heart. Holding on to anger, resentment, and hatred is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. By offering metta to a difficult person, you are not saying what they did was okay. You are saying, I will no longer allow my heart to be a prison of hatred. For the sake of my own peace, I wish you well. You might wish for them to be free from the very suffering that causes them to act in harmful ways. May you be happy, because happy people do not cause pain. This is an act of supreme self-care, an act of reclaiming your own inner peace from the grip of resentment. Finally, the heart opens completely. The last stage is to extend metta to all beings, everywhere, without exception and without distinction. You radiate these wishes of goodwill outwards in all directions, to the front, to the back, to the left, to the right, above, and below. You extend it to all people in your town, your country, and across the entire planet. You extend it to all animals, the great and the small, in the air, on the land, and in the sea. You extend it to all beings, seen and unseen, in all realms of existence. May all beings be safe. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be happy. May all beings be free. In this moment, the heart transcends all boundaries, all prejudices, all preferences. It becomes boundless, like the sky, It becomes like the sun, shining its warmth on all of life, recognizing that at the deepest level, the desire for happiness is the one thread that connects every living thing. A heart that is consistently trained in metta becomes a powerful shield. The Buddha taught that one who cultivates loving kindness sleeps well, wakes well, and has pleasant dreams. They are dear to human and non-human beings alike. Devas protect them. Fire, poison, and weapons cannot harm them. Their mind gains concentration easily. Their complexion is clear, and they die unconfused. These are not just poetic promises. A mind saturated with genuine goodwill is less likely to be hijacked by anger. A heart filled with friendliness is less susceptible to fear. When negativity or criticism comes your way, it finds no purchase, no hook, on a heart that is soft and open. It is as if you are wearing an armor of light, protecting yourself not by hardening, but by softening. There is a powerful story of the Buddha's jealous cousin, Devadatta, who plotted to assassinate him. He got a notoriously fierce elephant named Nalagiri, drunk on toddy, and unleashed it on the narrow lane where the Buddha was walking. The people screamed and ran for their lives as the massive, enraged animal charged, its trunk raised, ready to trample everything in its path. The Buddha's attendant, Ananda, tried to step in front of him to protect him, but the Buddha gently moved him aside. He stood his ground, calm and serene, and extended a powerful, silent wave of pure metta towards the rampaging beast. The elephant, upon entering this palpable field of loving kindness, began to slow down. Its rage subsided, its trunk lowered. It walked calmly up to the Buddha and, to the astonishment of everyone watching, knelt down before him. The Buddha reached out and stroked its forehead. This story is a beautiful metaphor. We all have raging elephants within use, our own anger, our own fear, our own hatred. We cannot defeat these forces with violence or suppression, but we can tame them with the gentle, unshakable power of loving kindness. By turning towards our own inner demons with a friendly heart, we can pacify them. This practice of metta, this active cultivation of goodwill, changes everything. It is the most direct way to plant wholesome karmic seeds. An inner state of loving kindness naturally ripples outwards, manifesting as kinder words, more patient actions, and a more generous presence in the world. As we open our heart in this way, we become acutely sensitive to the universal wish for all beings to be happy, and once that sensitivity is awakened, we inevitably become more aware of its counterpart, the universal reality that all beings also experience suffering. This newfound awareness, this trembling of the open heart in the face of pain, is the natural gateway to the next sublime quality, the next step on our journey, karuna, the heart of boundless compassion, as the gentle warmth of metta, of loving kindness, begins to permeate our being. Our heart softens. The defensive armor we have worn for so long begins to melt, and we become more sensitive, more open to the world around us. In opening to the universal wish for happiness, we inevitably become more attuned to its constant companion, the universal reality of suffering. We see it in the news. We hear it in a friend's voice. We feel it in the ache of our own body. To turn away from this suffering, to numb ourselves or become cynical, is to close the heart once again. The path of awakening invites us to do something far more courageous. It invites us to keep the heart open, even in the face of pain, and in doing so, to allow loving kindness to ripen into its sister quality, karuna, or compassion. Karuna is not simply sadness or pity. The ancient texts describe it as the trembling or quivering of the heart when it is touched by the pain of another. It is a visceral, embodied response to suffering, coupled with the strong, active aspiration, "May you be free from this suffering." It is vitally important to distinguish true compassion from its near enemy, pity. Pity comes from a place of separation and superiority. When we pity someone, we look down from our safe perch and say, "Oh, that poor person. I am so glad I am not in their position." Pity reinforces the ego. It strengthens the sense of me over here and you over there. Karuna, on the other hand, is the dissolving of that separation. It is the recognition of our shared humanity in the face of pain. It looks at another's suffering and says, "I know this feeling. This pain is part of the human condition that we share. Your suffering is my suffering." It is a feeling with, not a feeling for. The far enemy of compassion is obvious. It is cruelty, the wish to cause harm. But the near enemy of pity, or overwhelming grief, is more insidious because it masquerades as a virtue. When we are overwhelmed by another's pain to the point of becoming dysfunctional ourselves, we have made their suffering about our own distress. True compassion, karuna, is born of wisdom and balance. It is the heart's tender response, supported by the strength and stability of an equanimous mind, a mind that can be with pain without being drowned by it. Just as with metta, the practice of compassion must begin with ourselves. For many of us, this is the hardest work of all. When we experience pain, failure, or heartbreak, our conditioned response is often one of harsh self-judgment, shame, or a disparity attempt to distract ourselves. We treat ourselves in ways we would never dream of treating a friend in need. To cultivate karuna for others, we must first learn to hold our own suffering with tenderness. The practice is simple, yet profound. The next time you feel a surge of emotional pain, anxiety, sadness, anger, fear, even physical pain, try to pause. Instead of fighting it or running from it, turn towards it. You can place a hand on your heart and acknowledge the reality of the moment. You can whisper to yourself, "This is a moment of suffering. This hurts." You can then normalize the experience, connecting with all of humanity. Suffering is a part of life. Others have felt this too. And then you offer yourself the gift of your own kindness. May I be kind to myself in this moment. May I hold this pain with the tenderness it deserves. This is not about wallowing in self-pity. It is about transforming our relationship with our own pain, from one of aversion to one of gentle acceptance and care. By creating a safe harbor within our own heart, we develop the capacity to be a safe harbor for others. There is a story from the life of the Buddha that so poignantly illustrates the journey from personal grief to universal compassion that it has touched hearts for over 2.5 millennia. It is the story of a young woman named Kisa Gotami. Her life had been filled with sorrow until the birth of her first and only son, who became the absolute center of her world. Then, just as he was old enough to walk, the child fell ill and died. Kisa Gotami was completely shattered, driven mad by a grief so profound she could not accept its reality. clutching the tiny, lifeless body of her son. She wandered from house to house, from street to street, frantically begging everyone she met for a medicine that could bring him back to life. Some mocked her, others turned away in sorrow, but no one could help. Finally, a wise old man, seeing her desperation, directed her to the one person he thought might have the medicine she sought, the Buddha. She ran to the grove where the Buddha was teaching, laid her son at his feet, and cried out her story. The Buddha looked at her not with judgment or dismissal, but with eyes of immense tenderness and understanding. He did not tell her that death is final or that she must accept her loss. He met her exactly where she was. In her desperate hope, "I can make the medicine for you," he said gently. "But to do so, I require one special ingredient. I need you to bring me a single mustard seed." Kisa Gotami's heart leaped with joy. A mustard seed was easy to find, but the Buddha continued, "The mustard seed must come from a house where no one has ever died. Not a child, not a parent, not a spouse, not a servant, brimming with renewed purpose." Kisa Gotami began her quest, going from house to house in the village. At the first house, she asked, "Do you have a mustard seed for medicine for my son?" "Of course," the woman there replied, but as she was about to take it, Kisa Gotami remembered the Buddha's condition. "Has anyone in this house ever died?" The woman's face fell. "Oh, my dear," she said, "do not remind us of our deepest sorrow. The living are few, but the dead are many. We lost our father here." Kisa Gotami went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was the same everywhere. "I can give you 100 mustard seeds." One would say, "But my husband died last year. Take all the seeds you want." Said another, "But my mother passed in this very room." As she continued her journey, something inside her began to shift. Here, frantic, desperate, personal grief, the feeling that she was the only one in the world to suffer such an unbearable loss, began to dissolve. With every door she knocked on, her heart broke open a little more, not with despair, but with a vast, shared understanding. She saw that the arrow of loss that had pierced her own heart had also pierced the heart of every single person she met. Her suffering was not unique. It was the universal condition of life. In that moment, her I suffering became we suffering. Her personal tragedy connected her to the great river of human sorrow that flows through all time. She finally understood. The Buddha's medicine was not the mustard seed. The medicine was this very realization. She took the body of her son to the charnel ground, let him go, and returned to the Buddha. No longer a woman crazed by personal grief, but a woman awakened to universal compassion. This story shows us the path. Compassion is born when we realize that our own pain is a doorway to understanding the pain of everyone. It is not a passive state. True karuna is active. It sees suffering and is moved to act. The trembling of the heart naturally leads to the extension of the hands. It asks, "What can be done to help?" This is the engine of all altruism, the force that builds hospitals, feeds the hungry, and comforts the afflicted. But it is a wise and sustainable compassion. It is not the frantic burnout of empathy overload, but a steady, resilient care rooted in the understanding of our shared condition. It acts not from a need to fix, but from a simple wish to serve and to soothe. With metta, We learn to share in the wish for happiness. With karuna, we learn to bravely share in the reality of suffering. We now have two powerful wings to carry us. But what of those moments when we encounter not suffering, but its opposite? What is our heart's response when we see others experiencing joy, success, and good fortune? To complete the heart's training, we must turn to this question and cultivate the third of the great abodes of the heart, mudita, or sympathetic joy, with the twin wings of loving kindness and compassion. Our hearts have learned to fly. With metta, we have learned to open to the boundless wish for all beings to find happiness. With karuna, we have learned to bravely and tenderly meet the reality of suffering, both our own and that of others. These two practices create a profound balance, allowing us to engage with the world with an open and resilient heart. But there is a third quality, a third sublime abode of the heart, that is essential for our flight to be steady and true. We have trained our response to the wish for happiness and the reality of suffering. But what is our response to the reality of happiness itself, especially when it is not our own? What happens in our heart when we see another person succeed, prosper, and experience great joy? This is the territory of mudita, which is often translated as sympathetic or appreciative joy. It is the genuine, unselfish celebration of the good fortune of others. And for many of us, it can be the most challenging practice of all. It is a curious feature of the human mind that we often find it easier to feel compassion for someone's misfortune than to feel joy for their success. When someone is suffering, our heart can go out to them, perhaps because it puts us in a position of helper, of being the one who is okay. But when a colleague receives the promotion we wanted, when a friend enters a blissful new relationship while we are lonely, when we scroll through social media and see images of others' seemingly perfect lives, a different, darker emotion can stir in the heart. This is the shadow of the ego, the poison of envy and jealousy. Envy arises from the fundamental illusion of scarcity. It is the belief that happiness is a limited resource, a zero-sum game. If someone else gets a large slice of the pie, there must be less for me. This feeling is a painful contraction of the heart. It is a bitter taste in the mouth. It whispers toxic stories. Their success makes me a failure. Their light diminishes my own. Life is unfair. When we are in the grip of envy, we are imprisoned in a state of self-inflicted suffering. We become blind to our own blessings and fixated on what we lack. Mudita is the direct and powerful antidote to this poison. It is the conscious choice to flip the script, to see the success of others not as a threat, but as a gift. It is the radical proposition that their happiness does not have to diminish ours, but can, in fact, become a source of our own joy. Like metta and karuna, mudita is a muscle of the heart that can be intentionally developed through practice. The training begins simply. You start with someone whose happiness is completely non-threatening and easy to celebrate. Perhaps it is the pure, uninhibited joy of a child playing in a park, or the success of a dear friend who has worked hard to achieve a lifelong goal. You bring this person and their happy circumstances to mind. Instead of letting the moment pass, you pose. You intentionally connect with their joy. You let yourself feel a genuine sense of delight for them. You can use phrases to guide the mind. How wonderful for you. I am so happy that you are happy. May your joy and good fortune continue. You allow their happiness to be your happiness. Feeling the warmth and expansion, that this brings to your own heart. From there, you can expand the circle. You can make it a practice to actively look for moments of happiness in the world around you. When you see a couple holding hands and laughing, instead of feeling a pang of loneliness, you can silently wish them well. May your love flourish. When you see a family celebrating at a restaurant, you can feel a moment of shared joy. How lovely. May they have a wonderful time together. You begin to train your mind to notice and appreciate the good fortune that is constantly unfolding all around you, turning ordinary moments into opportunities for mudita, the real transformative work. However, comes when we learn to apply this practice to those whose success triggers our envy. When you feel that familiar sting of jealousy arise, the first step is mindfulness. Acknowledge the feeling without judgment. Envy is here. This is painful. Don't scold yourself for it. Simply recognize it as a conditioned mental habit. Then, you can gently try to shift your perspective. You can remind yourself of the law of karma, that this person is simply reaping the fruits of their own past wholesome actions. You can reconnect with their humanity. This person, just like me, wants to be happy. Their success does not take anything away from me. And then, even if it feels mechanical at first, you can try to offer a flicker of mudita. May you enjoy your success. May it bring you true and lasting peace. Each time you do this, you weaken the old neural pathway of envy and strengthen the new one of joy. You are choosing freedom over imprisonment. The deep wisdom of this practice lies in a simple, mathematical truth. Our own personal moments of success, joy, and good fortune are, by their very nature, limited and intermittent. If we make our happiness dependent solely on our own personal victories, we are signing up for a life of quiet desperation, forever chasing the next fleeting high. But the happiness and success of others are, for all practical purposes, infinite. In a world of billions of people, at any given second, countless beautiful things are happening. Someone is falling in love. A baby is being born. A patient is being told their cancer is in remission. An artist is putting the final brushstroke on a masterpiece. A student is graduating after years of hard work. If we can train our hearts to rejoice in all of this, we gain access to a boundless, inexhaustible wellspring of joy. We are no longer limited to the small cup of our own personal happiness, but can drink from the entire ocean of human felicity. It is the most intelligent strategy for our own well-being. Consider the tale of two merchants who set up stalls next to each other in a bustling marketplace. The first merchant was a man whose heart was prone to envy. When his rival made a big sale, his own heart would sink. He would watch with bitterness, his mind racing with comparisons. His goods are no better than mine. He would mutter to himself, "Why does he get all the luck?" This poison soured his expression and tightened his body. Customers would walk by, and sensing his negative, contracted energy, would feel subtly repelled and move on. His days were filled with anxiety, and his business struggled. The second merchant, however, had a heart trained in mudita. When he saw his rival make a big sale, he felt a genuine surge of joy. How wonderful, he would think. His success proves that the market is strong today, and people have come to buy. This is good for both of us. He would often call out a warm congratulations to his neighbor. His heart was light. His mind was clear, and his face radiated a natural warmth and joy. Customers were drawn to his expansive, positive energy. They enjoyed talking with him, felt a sense of trust, and his business thrived. The first merchant created a downward spiral of envy and failure. The second created an upward spiral of joy and abundance. Mudita is the practice of choosing the upward spiral. It is the understanding that celebrating another's light does not diminish our own. It increases the total amount of light in the world. It is the final piece in the training of a truly open heart. With metta, we plant the seeds of happiness for all. With karuna, we meet the reality of suffering with a brave and tender presence. With mudita, we rejoice in the harvest of happiness wherever it may sprout. These three qualities, like three perfectly intertwined strands of a rope, create a heart that is strong, resilient, and deeply connected. But what holds them all together? What is the quality that allows us to offer love, compassion, and joy with wisdom and balance, without being swept away by the ever-changing tides of life? To find this, we must now turn to the fourth and final of the divine abodes, the unshakable foundation of a liberated mind, upekkha, or equanimity. We have now explored the three great radiant emotions of the heart. We have warmed ourselves with the sun of loving kindness, metta, wishing for all beings to be happy. We have opened ourselves to the trembling of compassion, karuna, wishing for all beings to be free from suffering. And we have learned to drink from the infinite well of sympathetic joy, mudita, celebrating the good fortune we see in the world. These three qualities create a heart that is boundlessly warm, engaged, and connected. But for these emotions to become truly liberating, they must be held within a container of profound wisdom and balance. What prevents our loving kindness from becoming clinging attachment? What stops our compassion from collapsing into overwhelming grief? What keeps our joy from becoming manic excitement and heedlessness? The answer is the fourth and final of these sublime abodes, the unshakable peak of the mountain, known as upekkha, or equanimity. It is the grounding force that holds all the others in a perfect, stable embrace. Equanimity is perhaps the most subtle and misunderstood of these four qualities. It is crucial to distinguish it from its imposter, its near enemy, indifference. Indifference is a cold, sterile, and distant state. It is a form of aversion, a shutting down of the heart that says, "I don't care, it doesn't affect me." It is a fortress built to keep the world out. Upekkha, or equanimity, is the very opposite. It is not a shutting down, but a profound opening up. It is the capacity to carefully, to be completely present with the whole spectrum of life's experiences, yet to remain balanced and centered in the midst of it all. It is a spaciousness of mind that allows everything to arise and pass away without knocking us off our feet. Imagine the deep ocean. On the surface, waves may crash, storms may rage, and the water may be in turmoil, but in the depths, the ocean remains vast, still, and undisturbed. Equanimity is the cultivation of that deep, inner stillness. It is the quiet confidence of a mind that has found its true center, a center that is not dependent on external conditions. The training ground for equanimity is the very fabric of our human life, which is characterized by what the teachings call the 8 worldly winds. These are the inevitable forces that blow through every person's life. Without exception, they come in 4 pairs of opposites: pleasure and pain, gain and loss, praise and blame, and fame and disrepute. An untrained mind is like a leaf caught in these winds, blown helplessly this way and that. We are elated when we experience pleasure, gain, praise, and fame. We grasp at them, cling to them, and desperately try to make them last. And we are crushed when we experience pain, loss, blame, and disrepute. We resist them, push them away, and are thrown into despair by their arrival. This constant reactivity, this cycle of elation and devastation, is utterly exhausting. It is the very definition of a turbulent and unpeaceful life. Equanimity is the practice of learning to stand like a great, sturdy mountain in the midst of these 8 winds. The winds still blow, sometimes as a gentle breeze, sometimes as a raging hurricane, but the mountain remains stable. It is not indifferent to the wind. It feels its every current, but it is not moved. It is not defined by the weather of the moment. This profound stability does not come from sheer willpower or from suppressing our feelings. True upekkha is born of wisdom. It arises naturally from a deep and penetrating insight into the way things are. Primarily, it is born from the clear seeing of impermanence, or anicca. When you investigate your experience with a mindful and concentrated attention, you see that pleasure is impermanent, praise is impermanent, gain is impermanent. They arise, they shimmer for a moment, and they pass away. Likewise, pain is impermanent, blame is impermanent, loss is impermanent. They too arise. I feel intense for a time, and then they too change and dissolve. When we see this truth directly, not just as an idea, but as a lived reality, our compulsion to grasp and to push away naturally begins to weaken. Why become wildly attached to a pleasant feeling that is, by its very nature, a fleeting cloud? Why be utterly devastated by a loss when we understand that all things are in a constant state of flux? Seeing the transient nature of all 8 winds allows us to hold them with a lighter touch, a balanced heart. Equanimity is also nurtured by a wise understanding of karma. We come to see that the circumstances of our lives are not random. They are the ripening of seeds we have planted in the past. When we meet with praise and gain, we can see it as the fruit of past wholesome actions and feel gratitude without arrogance. When we meet with blame and loss, we can see it as the fruit of past unwholesome actions and meet it with patience and a renewed commitment to skillful action in the present, rather than with anger or despair. The formal practice of upekkha often comes at the end of a session of cultivating the other 3 divine abodes. Having opened the heart with love, compassion, and joy, we allow the mind to settle into a state of spacious balance. We might bring to mind a person, and instead of just wishing them well, we reflect on the nature of their own journey, using phrases like, "All beings are the owners of their karma. Their happiness and their suffering arise from their own actions, not from my wishes for them." This is not a cold detachment. It is a profound respect for the autonomy and path of another. It frees us from the exhausting and arrogant burden of trying to be the savior or controller of everyone else's life. We learn to care deeply. While letting go of the outcome, we do what we can to help. And then we let go, offering our love and support without being attached to the results. In our daily lives, the practice is to notice the 8 worldly winds as they blow. When someone praises you, Notice the pleasant feeling, the slight inflation of the ego. See it, smile at it, and let it pass without clinging. When someone blames you, notice the sting, the defensive contraction. See it, breathe into it, and let it pass without retaliating. Equanimity is the vast, silent space that allows all of these experiences to simply be. There is a classic story that perfectly encapsulates a mind perfected in equanimity. A man, hearing of the Buddha's enlightened qualities, approached him, filled with skepticism and anger. He stood before the Buddha and began to shout a torrent of insults, accusing him of being a fraud, a charlatan, a fool. The Buddha's disciples were aghast, but the Buddha himself simply sat in silence, listening with a calm and patient attention. When the man had finally exhausted himself and run out of insults, a profound silence fell. The Buddha then looked at him with gentle eyes and asked a simple question. "My friend," he said, "if you buy a gift for someone, and that person does not accept your gift, to whom does the gift then belong?" The man, taken aback by the unexpected question, thought for a moment and replied, "Well, it would belong to me, the one who offered it." The Buddha nodded and smiled softly. "Exactly so," he said. "Today, you have offered me a gift of your anger and your insults. I do not accept this gift." The man was stunned into speechlessness, his anger completely deflated by the Buddha's unshakable peace. He had thrown his sharpest stones, but they had found nothing to hit, nothing to stick to. They simply fell to the ground. This is upekkha in action. It is a mind so stable, so free, that it cannot be stained or shaken by the world. With the cultivation of these four divine abodes, loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, we have developed a heart that is truly boundless. We have the warmth of metta, the tenderness of karuna, the celebratory spirit of mudita, and the unshakable balance of upekkha. This is the ultimate emotional resilience. The mind is now clear, bright, and stable. It is no longer constantly tossed about by the waves of emotional reactivity. We have created the perfect inner laboratory, a calm and concentrated space from which we can conduct the deepest investigation of all. With this stabilized mind, we are now fully equipped to turn our gaze directly towards the fundamental nature of reality itself. We can begin to see with our own experiential wisdom the truths that underlie all of existence. The first and most essential of these truths, the very insight that gives birth to true equanimity, is the deep and profound dance of impermanence, of anicca. With a heart made spacious and steady by the four divine abodes, we are now prepared to turn our attention from the cultivation of sublime emotions to the direct seeing of profound truth. We have created a stable platform of mind, a clear and polished mirror, and now we can hold this mirror up to the face of reality itself and see what is reflected there without distortion. The first and most fundamental characteristic of all conditioned existence, the truth that underpins the wisdom of equanimity, is the great law of anicca, or impermanence. This is not a dogma to be believed, but a reality to be observed, a universal truth that governs everything from the subtlest flicker of thought in our minds to the vast, slow dance of galaxies in the cosmos. The teaching is simple, absolute, and uncompromising. Everything that has a beginning has an end. Everything that arises will inevitably pass away. There are no exceptions. On an intellectual level, we all know this. We see the seasons change. We watch our children grow. We acknowledge that one day we will get old and die. But for the most part, we live our lives as if this were not true. We operate from a deeply ingrained, unconscious assumption of permanence. We build our homes, our careers, our relationships, and our very sense of self as if they were solid, stable, and lasting structures. We crave security in a universe whose very nature is insecure. It is this fundamental conflict, this friction between our deep-seated desire for permanence and the absolute reality of impermanence, that is a primary source of our anxiety, disappointment, and suffering. The path of wisdom does not ask us to simply believe in impermanence, but to become an intimate student of it, to observe its constant, pervasive dance in every aspect of our lives. The most accessible laboratory for this investigation is our own mind. Through the practice of mindfulness, as you sit and watch your inner world, you have a front row seat to the ceaseless flow of anicca. Notice a thought. Where did it come from? It simply appears. And where does it go? It vanishes, replaced by another. You cannot hold on to a thought even for a second. Now, turn to your feelings. A wave of joy arises, perhaps from a pleasant memory. It feels wonderful, but watch it closely. It crests. It shimmers, and then it begins to fade. It is replaced by a neutral feeling, or perhaps a flicker of sadness. Feelings are in constant motion, never static. Observe the sensations in your body. An itch appears on your arm. You feel the urge to scratch it. But if you simply watch it, you will notice the sensation changing, intensifying, and then, eventually, dissolving on its own. Your inner world is not a fixed entity. It is a dynamic, flickering process, a constant stream of arising and passing. There is nothing solid to hold on to. This same law governs our physical bodies. We look in the mirror and see a seemingly solid form, but it is an illusion of solidity. Our bodies are dynamic ecosystems, constantly changing. Billions of our cells die and are replaced every day. The food we ate yesterday is becoming our skin or hair. Our energy today, the body you inhabit now, is not the same body you had as a child. And it is not the body you will have in 20 years. It is aging, changing, and moving inexorably towards its own dissolution. This is not a morbid thought. It is a simple statement of fact. And this law extends outwards to everything we hold dear. Our relationships are not static things. They are living, evolving processes. Our careers, our homes, our financial status, our societies, all are subject to the relentless law of change. The ancient mountains themselves are being slowly ground into dust by the wind and the rain. Stars, which seem like eternal beacons in the night sky, are born from clouds of gas, burn for billions of years, and then collapse and die. The entire universe is a grand, cosmic display of anicca. The problem, the reason this universal truth causes us so much pain, is not impermanence itself. Change is neutral. The seasons changing are not inherently tragic. The problem is our resistance to it. Our suffering is the measure of our refusal to accept the way things are. We try to grasp and hold on to pleasant experiences, to freeze-frame moments of happiness, refusing to let them go, and we try to violently push away unpleasant experiences, to deny the reality of pain, loss, and sickness. This struggle is like trying to build a castle out of solid rock in the middle of a flowing river. The river of life will always flow. Our resistance is futile and exhausting. Our attempt to find lasting security in things that are inherently insecure is the very definition of frustration. We suffer because we are constantly trying to nail Jello to the wall. But when we stop fighting and begin to align ourselves with this truth, impermanence reveals itself not as a curse, but as a profound blessing. It is what makes life precious. The beauty of a cherry blossom is so poignant precisely because it lasts for only a few days. If it were permanent, we would soon take it for granted and cease to notice its delicate beauty. The sweetness of a moment with a loved one is amplified by the unspoken knowledge that this moment will never come again in exactly the same way. Impermanence is also the precondition for all growth and transformation. If everything were permanent, a mistake would be a life sentence. A moment of ignorance could never be replaced by wisdom. A wound could never heal. A child could never grow. It is the law of change that allows for learning, for forgiveness, for new beginnings. Contemplating impermanence also cultivates a sense of spiritual urgency, a quality known as samvega. When we deeply realize that our time here is finite and uncertain, we are motivated to live more fully, to love more deeply, and to practice with diligence, not wasting a single precious moment of this life. There is a famous teaching, often attributed to the Greek philosopher Heraclitus, but which perfectly captures the spirit of this insight. You cannot step into the same river twice. Imagine our life is this river, constantly flowing, constantly changing. The water that touches your feet now is, in the next instant, already downstream, replaced by new water. The river is never the same from moment to moment. And you, the one stepping into it, are also never the same. A foolish person stands on the bank and becomes angry at the river for flowing. They try to dam it up, to possess a certain part of it, to hold on to a beautiful reflection they see on its surface. They are in a constant state of struggle, frustration, and disappointment with the river for simply being a river. A wise person, however, does not fight the river. They respect its nature. They learn to swim with the current. They build a raft. They use the river's own energy to travel. They find freedom, joy, and grace not by opposing the flow, but by moving in harmony with it. The contemplation of anicca is the practice of learning to be this wise person. It is learning to flow with the river of life. By understanding impermanence, we see clearly that change is not the problem. The river is not the problem. The source of our struggle lies in our relationship to the river. It lies in the specific mental actions of trying to stop it or control it. What are these actions? They are the desperate grasping for the parts of the river we find pleasant, the warm, sunny patch of sand, the fearful pushing away of the parts we find unpleasant, the cold, dark rapids. These two fundamental reactions, the pull of desire and the push of aversion, are the very engines of our suffering. To truly find peace within the flow, we must now turn our full attention to these twin roots of our discontent. We must investigate the nature of our craving and our aversion, known in the language of the Buddha as tanha and dvesha. We have journeyed with the great river of life, seeing with our own eyes the universal truth of its constant, unrelenting flow. This is anicca, impermanence. We have also seen that the river itself is not the cause of our suffering. Our pain arises from our desperate and futile attempts to fight its current. We have named this resistance, this struggle, as the twin actions of grasping and pushing away. Now, we must bring our full attention to these two fundamental mechanisms of the mind, for they are the very engines that drive the entire cycle of suffering and dissatisfaction. We must look into the heart of craving and aversion. In the language of the Buddha, the first of these, craving, is called tanha. This word is often translated as craving or desire, but its most literal and evocative meaning is thirst. It is not a casual want, but a deep, burning, existential thirst for something to quench, a fundamental sense of inner lack and incompleteness. It is the restless energy that keeps us perpetually seeking, striving, and wandering. It is the voice that whispers, "If only I could get that promotion, find that perfect partner, buy that beautiful house, then I would finally be happy." This thirst is the very fuel of what is called samsara, the endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. But more immediately, it is the cycle of moment-to-moment dissatisfaction that defines an unawakened life. The teachings identify three distinct types of this thirst, each one subtler than the last. The first and most obvious is the craving for sense pleasures, orkamatanya. This is the thirst for pleasant experiences that come through our six senses: the sight of a beautiful sunset, the sound of enchanting music, the smell of a fragrant flower, the taste of a delicious meal, the feeling of a comfortable bed, and the pleasure of agreeable thoughts and ideas. There is nothing inherently wrong with these experiences. The path is not about renouncing pleasure. The problem lies in our dependency on them, our addiction to them as our sole source of happiness, because all sense pleasures are, by their nature, impermanent. Relying on them for our well-being is a guaranteed recipe for disappointment. The delicious taste fades. The music ends. The comfortable feeling passes. And we are left with the thirst once more, seeking the next hit, the next momentary satisfaction. The second type of craving is deeper and more insidious. It is the craving for existence or becoming, bhavatanya. This is the ego's profound thirst to be someone, to solidify its identity, to achieve status, and to leave a permanent mark on an impermanent world. It is the craving to exist, to continue, to become more, better, and greater. This is the fuel behind much of our ambition, our relentless striving for success and recognition, and our deep-seated fear of being ordinary or insignificant. It is the force that makes us cling to our titles, our reputations, and our life stories. It is the ego's desperate protest against the law of anicca, its attempt to build a solid stone monument of self in the middle of the flowing river. This thirst for existence ensures that we are never at peace with who and what we are right now, because we are always trying to become something else, something more permanent. The third type of craving may seem paradoxical, but it is a powerful force in many lives. It is the craving for non-existence, orvibhyavatanya, when the pain of existence, the suffering of loss, failure, and disappointment becomes too great to bear. A different kind of thirst arises, the thirst for oblivion. This is the craving to not be, to escape, to annihilate the self and its suffering. In its most extreme form, it manifests as suicidal thoughts, but it appears in more common, everyday forms as well, in the desire to numb our pain with alcohol or drugs, to escape into the endless distraction of digital entertainment, or simply in the wish to fall asleep and not have to feel anything for a while. It is the desperate desire to push the off switch on a painful reality. But even this is a form of craving. It is a thirst for an outcome of nothingness. And as such, it is still a form of resistance to what is actually present in our experience. Aversion, or dvesha, is the other side of the coin of tanha. If craving is the magnetic pull towards what is pleasant, aversion is the violent pushing away of what is unpleasant. It is the anger that arises when we are criticized, the fear we feel when faced with uncertainty, the irritation at an annoying sound, the deep resistance to physical pain or emotional heartbreak. Craving says, "I must have that." Aversion screams, "Get this away from me." What is crucial to understand is that aversion is also a form of clinging. When we are consumed by hatred or anger towards a person or situation, we are utterly bound to them. We give them free rent in our minds, replaying their offenses, fueling our righteous indignation, and chaining ourselves to the very thing we wish to be free from. Aversion is a clinging to how things should be, a refusal to accept what is. Both craving and aversion are born from the same root of misunderstanding, the failure to see and accept the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature of reality. The Buddhist cosmos contains a powerful and terrifying metaphor for a life dominated by tanha, the realm of the hungry ghosts, or petas. These are beings depicted with enormous, distended bellies, representing their insatiable, all-consuming desire. Yet they have mouths as small as the eye of a needle and necks as thin as a blade of grass. They can never, ever take in enough to fill the aching void of their hunger. They are tormented by a constant, burning thirst. They might see a beautiful, clear river in the distance, but as they rush towards it, the water transforms into fire, pus, and filth. This is not just an ancient myth. It is a perfect psychological portrait of the mind caught in the grip of addiction and craving. When we are trapped in that cycle, we are living as hungry ghosts. Our desire is enormous, but every attempt to satisfy it only leads to more suffering, more thirst. The pleasure we seek turns to ash in our mouths, and we are left hungrier than before. So how do we escape this self-perpetuating torment? How do we quench this thirst? The path to freedom does not lie in finally satisfying the craving, which is impossible. It lies in changing our relationship to the craving itself. The moment of liberation is available to us every time a craving or an aversion arises. The habitual, unconscious reaction is to immediately identify with the feeling and act on it. The craving for a cigarette arises, and the hand reaches for the pack. The feeling of anger arises, and a sharp word comes out of the mouth. This is the path of enslavement. The path of freedom introduces a single, revolutionary step, the pause. Through mindfulness, we can learn to notice the arising of craving or aversion as a raw, physical sensation in the body before it becomes a full-blown story. We can feel the tension in the chest, the tightness in the throat, the emptiness in the stomach. We can watch it without judgment, without feeding it, and without acting on it. We become the scientist, observing the weather pattern, rather than the leaf being blown by the storm. And in that clear seeing, we discover something miraculous. The craving, which felt so solid and urgent, is also impermanent. If we just watch it, it will crest like a wave, and then, having not been fed by our action, it will begin to recede and pass away on its own. Every time we do this, we weaken the chain of habit. Every time we choose to observe rather than react, we reclaim our freedom. We have now journeyed deep into the diagnosis of our human condition. We have seen that our suffering is rooted in our resistance to the impermanent nature of life, and that this resistance manifests as the relentless thirst of craving and the painful push of aversion. We have seen that the key to freedom lies in mindfully observing these forces without being controlled by them. This profound diagnosis naturally leads us to the prescription: what is the complete, systematic, and practical guide for living a life that is truly free from the tyranny of Tanha and Dvesha? The Buddha's most comprehensive answer to this question, the blueprint for awakening, is the celebrated and profound teaching known as the Noble Eightfold Path. This is the path that leads from suffering to liberation, and we are now ready to take our first steps upon it. We stand now at the threshold of a new landscape. Our journey so far has been one of deep diagnosis. We have explored the nature of our unease, dukkha, and identified its root cause in the burning thirst of craving, dharnya, and the reactive push of aversion, dvesha. We have seen how our mistaken belief in a solid self and a permanent world fuels this fire. But a diagnosis, no matter how accurate, is incomplete without a prescription for healing. The Buddha, in his profound wisdom, did not just describe the illness, he laid out a clear, comprehensive, and practical path to its cure. This path is known as the Noble Eightfold Path, and it is the very heart of the practice of awakening. It is not a linear sequence of steps to be completed one after the other, but rather an interconnected set of 8 practices that, when cultivated together, create a life of wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline. Imagine it as a great wheel with 8 spokes, each spoke essential for the integrity of the whole. And the very first factor, the spoke that sets the direction for the entire journey, the compass that ensures we are heading towards liberation and not deeper into confusion, is called samaditthi, or right view. Right view is, quite simply, seeing things as they really are. It is having an accurate map of the territory of human experience if you wanted to navigate your way out of a dense, dark forest. The first and most essential tool you would need is a correct map. A wrong map, one that shows mountains where there are valleys and rivers where there is dry land, would be worse than no map at all, as it would lead you with false confidence deeper into the wilderness. Right view is the Buddha's map to freedom. It is a clear and honest depiction of our situation, the cause of our problems, and the way out. This view is not a dogma to be clung to, or a belief system to be adopted on blind faith. It is a working hypothesis, to a lens through which we are invited to look at our own lives and see if it doesn't clarify everything. So what does this map of right view show us? Primarily, it is the understanding of the 4 Noble Truths, the very first teaching the Buddha gave after his enlightenment. These truths are framed like a medical diagnosis from a compassionate physician. First is the truth of suffering, or dukkha. This is the honest acknowledgement that life, as it is ordinarily lived, is characterized by a fundamental unsatisfactoriness. This includes obvious pain, but also the stress of change and the subtle unease of our conditioned existence. This is the diagnosis of the illness. Second is the truth of the origin of suffering, or samudaya. The physician identifies the cause. Our suffering is not random or imposed by an external force. It arises from a specific, identifiable cause, our own craving, clinging, and aversion, rooted in ignorance. Third is the truth of the cessation of suffering, or nirodha. This is the hopeful prognosis. Because the illness has a cause, it can be cured. It is possible to be completely free from this suffering, to extinguish the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion. And fourth is the truth of the path to the cessation of suffering, or magga. This is the prescription. The medicine to cure the illness is the diligent cultivation of this very noble eightfold path. Right view, then, begins with a clear grasp of this foundational framework. It also includes a correct understanding of the other principles we have explored, the law of karma, and the three universal marks of existence, namely impermanence, anicca, suffering, dukkha, and not self, anatta. It is vital to understand that there are two levels of right view. The first is a conceptual or intellectual understanding. This is the act of studying the map. We read the teachings, we listen to them, we reflect on them, and we conclude that they make sense. We agree, in theory, that life is impermanent, that craving causes suffering, and that our actions have consequences. This initial, intellectual right view is an essential starting point. It gives us the confidence and the inspiration to step onto the path. But the map is not the territory. The ultimate goal is to develop the second level, an experiential or penetrative right view. This is the direct, intuitive seeing of these truths in the laboratory of our own experience. It is when, through the sustained practice of mindfulness, you are not just thinking everything is impermanent, but you are directly witnessing the arising and passing of a single breath, a single thought, a single sound, and in that direct seeing, you know the truth of anicca in your bones. It is when you see craving arise in your mind and feel its painful, contracting quality, and you know for yourself that this is the cause of suffering. The entire eightfold path is designed to guide us from the intellectual map to this direct, liberating, experiential seeing. The Buddha was a supremely pragmatic teacher. He was not interested in abstract philosophy or metaphysical speculation that did not lead directly to the end of suffering. This is beautifully illustrated in the parable of the poisoned arrow. A man, the story goes, was shot with an arrow smeared with a deadly poison. His friends and family rushed to find a surgeon to remove it, but the wounded man protested. He said, "I will not let this arrow be removed until I know the name of the man who shot me. I must know what caste he belongs to, whether he is tall or short, dark or fair. I must know what kind of wood the arrow shaft is made of, what kind of bird the feathers on its fletching came from, and what kind of sinew was used to bind them." The Buddha explained that this foolish man would die long before he ever had the answers to these questions. The practical, urgent, and intelligent thing to do is to focus on one thing and one thing only, removing the arrow. Right view is the adoption of this eminently practical perspective. It is to stop asking questions that do not lead to the end of suffering. Who created the universe? Is the soul eternal? These, the Buddha said, are like asking about the caste of the man who shot the arrow. Right view is to see clearly. There is a poisoned arrow in our heart. That arrow is suffering. The poison is craving. And there is a clear, step-by-step method for removing it. Let us focus on that. This is why right view is placed first on the path. It is the rudder of the ship. Without it, all the other 7 path factors can go astray. If your fundamental view is that happiness comes from accumulating wealth and power, then your intentions, your speech, your actions, and all your efforts will be directed towards that end, which will only lead you deeper into the forest of suffering. If your view is that the way to deal with pain is to blame others, then your speech and actions will be filled with anger and accusation, planting more seeds of suffering. But if you have right view, if you understand that freedom comes from letting go of craving and cultivating a wise and compassionate heart, then all the other factors of the path will naturally align with this purpose. Your intention will be to relinquish and to love. Your speech will be kind and truthful. Your actions will be harmless. Your effort will be directed towards cultivating wholesome states. Your mindfulness and concentration will be used to see reality more and more clearly. Right view provides the context, the purpose, and the direction for the entire spiritual life. It ensures that our efforts are not wasted, but are channeled effectively towards the ultimate goal of liberation. Once our eyes have been opened, once we are holding this correct map in our hands and can see the terrain for what it is, the very next question arises. Seeing the destination and the path, what do we do next? We must form the will to actually take the journey. We must align our deepest motivations and aspirations with the vision that right view has provided. The map is of no use if we do not decide to follow it. This conscious act of directing the heart, of harnessing our will for the sake of freedom, is the second factor of the path. It is the vital link between seeing and doing, and it is known as Samma Sankappa, or right intention. With right view as our compass, we are no longer lost in the wilderness of confusion. We have an accurate map that shows us the nature of our suffering and the clear path that leads to its cessation. But a map, no matter how perfect, is useless if we do not cultivate the will to follow it. A compass is of no value if the ship has no rudder to steer it. This is the role of the second factor of the Noble Eightfold Path, Samma Sankappa, which translates as right intention, right thought, or right resolve. If right view is the seeing, right intention is the willing. It is the conscious and deliberate act of harnessing the creative power of our mind and aiming it squarely at the target of liberation. It is the process of purifying our motivations, ensuring that the energy behind all our actions flows from a place of wisdom and love, rather than from ignorance and fear. Every action we take, whether through body, speech, or mind, is preceded by an intention. Intention is the seed from which the action grows. It is the DNA of the deed, containing the code that will determine its ultimate quality and karmic fruit. Consider two people performing the same external act, building a house. The first person builds with an intention of love, desiring to create a safe, warm, and nurturing home for their family. They work with care, patience, and attention to detail. The second person builds with an intention of pure greed. Seeking only to flip the house for a quick profit, they cut corners, use cheap materials, and are indifferent to the well-being of the future inhabitants. To an outside observer, both are simply building a house, but the energy infused into each action, the quality of the work, and the karmic consequences that follow are worlds apart. The first house becomes a vessel of love. The second becomes a monument to greed. Right intention is the practice of becoming conscious of this power, of learning to plant seeds that will grow into gardens of well-being, not fields of thorns. The teachings outline a beautifully clear framework for this practice, identifying threefold right intention as the direct antidote to the three great poisons of the mind. The first right intention is the intention of renunciation, or nekama. This is the direct antidote to the poison of greed and craving tanya. The word renunciation can conjure images of asceticism, of giving up all worldly comforts. While that is its literal meaning, its deeper psychological sense is the intention to renounce our clinging. It is the wise recognition that true happiness and freedom do not come from accumulating more things, more experiences, or more status, but from simplifying our lives and our hearts. It is the conscious turning away from the addictive pursuit of sense pleasures and the constant, anxious striving of the ego. It is the intention to find contentment in what is, rather than perpetually seeking it in what is not. When we are about to make a purchase, we can pause and ask, is this coming from a place of genuine need, or from the thirst of craving? When we are chasing a promotion, we can ask, is this for the good of all, or is it to feed my craving for existence, my need to be somebody? The intention of renunciation is a quiet, powerful commitment to finding our wealth not in what we can acquire, but in what we can release. The second right intention is the intention of goodwill, or abhyapada. This is the direct antidote to the poison of hatred, anger, and ill will. It is the active cultivation of metta, or loving kindness. As the baseline emotional tone of our heart, it is the deliberate choice to meet all beings, including our own challenging inner states, with an attitude of friendship and benevolence. It is the resolve to respond to life's difficulties, not with bitterness and resentment, but with patience and understanding. When someone cuts us off in traffic, the habitual intention is one of anger. The right intention of goodwill is to take a breath and wish them well. May you be safe. May you arrive at your destination without causing harm. When we face criticism, the habitual intention is defensiveness. The right intention of goodwill is to listen with an open mind and respond with kindness, even in disagreement. This is not a passive state of being nice. It is a powerful, active choice to stop planting the karmic seeds of conflict and to begin sowing the seeds of harmony and love. The third right intention is the intention of harmlessness, or avihimsa. This is the direct antidote to the poison of cruelty and violence. It is the embodiment of karuna, or compassion. It is the deep aspiration to not cause harm in any way to any living being. This extends beyond the obvious physical acts of violence. It includes our speech, resolving not to use words as weapons to belittle, slander, or hurt others. It extends to our livelihood, choosing work that does not exploit people, animals, or the planet. And it extends to our thoughts, training the mind to not indulge in violent or hateful fantasies. The intention of harmlessness is born from the recognition of our profound interconnectedness. When we see that the other is not truly other, that their suffering is our suffering, the desire to cause harm naturally falls away. It is replaced by the quivering of the heart that wishes for all beings to be safe and free from pain. Cultivating right intention is, therefore, a practice of deep self-awareness. It invites us to become detectives of our own minds, to investigate the why behind our what. Before speaking, we can learn to ask, what is my motivation for saying this? Is it to help or to harm, to connect or to impress? Before acting, we can ask, what is the energy fueling this action? Is it love or is it fear? A beautiful way to integrate this into daily life is to set a clear intention upon waking each morning. Before the day's busyness begins, you can sit for just a moment and plant a seed for the day ahead. Today, may I cultivate patience. Today, may I act from a place of generosity. Today, may I meet challenges with a calm and open heart. This simple act helps to orient the mind, to set the rudder for the day, making it more likely that our actions will flow from this wholesome source. The supreme importance of intention is beautifully captured in a story about two people making a donation. A very wealthy merchant, wanting to enhance his reputation for piety in the community, decided to make a large, public donation of 1,000 gold coins to the local monastery. He made sure the event was well publicized, and as he poured the coins into the donation bowl, his heart was filled with pride and a sense of self-importance. On that same day, a poor, elderly widow, who had only 2 small copper coins to her name, which she had been saving for her next meal, saw the monks on their arms round. Her heart swelled with faith and a genuine desire to support them. Quietly, without anyone noticing, she approached and dropped her 2 small coins into the bowl, her heart filled with nothing but the pure wish for the well-being of the monks and the flourishing of the path. Later, the Buddha remarked to his disciples that the karmic value of the widow's 2 copper coins was immeasurably greater than the merchant's 1,000 gold coins. The external action was giving, but the inner intention was worlds apart. The merchant's gift was an act of ego enhancement. The widow's gift was an act of true renunciation and pure generosity. With right view, we have the map. With right intention, we have set our course. We have purified our motivation and aligned our will with the goal of freedom. Our inner world is beginning to orient itself towards the light. The next logical question is, how does this purified inner state begin to manifest in our outer life? The first, most immediate, and most constant expression of our inner world is our speech. The thoughts and intentions we hold in our hearts inevitably find their way out through our mouths. Therefore, to continue on the path, we must now turn our attention to the discipline of our communication, bringing our words into harmony with our clear view and our pure intention. This brings us to the third factor of the path, the beginning of ethical action, samavaka, or right speech. Having established a clear direction with right view and having purified our motivation with right intention, we now arrive at the first point where the inner path becomes explicitly manifest in the outer world. Our journey inward now turns outward, and the first bridge between our internal state and our external reality is our speech. Words are the currency of our relationships, the tools with which we build or destroy connection, and the most immediate expression of our mind's contents. A heart filled with goodwill and harmlessness naturally seeks to express itself in ways that are healing and true. The third factor of the Noble Eightfold Path, Samavaka, or right speech, is the practical and profound discipline of aligning our words with our highest aspirations, transforming our communication from a source of conflict and misunderstanding into a vehicle for wisdom and compassion. The power of our words is immense. A single, carelessly spoken word can inflict a wound that festers for a lifetime. A pattern of divisive speech can tear a family or a community apart. Conversely, a word of genuine encouragement can inspire someone to achieve their dreams. A timely and truthful piece of advice can save a person from ruin. Words can declare war or forge peace. In our day-to-day lives, our entire social fabric is woven from the threads of our conversations. To practice right speech is to recognize this tremendous power and to take conscious responsibility for it. It is to understand that our words are not meaningless sounds, but potent karmic actions that create our world, moment by moment. The teachings provide a very clear and practical guide for this, outlining 4 types of unskillful speech to abstain from, and their 4 wholesome counterparts to cultivate. The first aspect of right speech is to abstain from false speech, or musavada, at its most basic level. This means not telling deliberate lies, but its scope is much broader. It includes all forms of dishonesty, exaggeration to make ourselves look better, making promises we have no intention of keeping, using deceptive flattery to manipulate someone, or intentionally remaining silent to allow a falsehood to be believed. In our modern world, this extends to our digital selves, to the carefully curated and often misleading personas we project on social media. The commitment to abstain from false speech is a radical commitment to reality. It is a resolve to become a person whose word is their bond, a person who can be trusted implicitly. The wholesome counterpart is, therefore, to speak truthfully. It is to value the truth above our own personal convenience or the desire to be liked. A person who practices this brings a quality of clarity and integrity to every interaction, creating a foundation of trust upon which all healthy relationships are built. The second aspect is to abstain from divisive speech, or pisunavaka. This is the poison of slander, gossip, and backbiting. It is using words to set one person against another, to damage someone's reputation behind their back, or to create discord and disharmony within a group. Gossip can be seductive, as it often creates a false sense of intimacy and superiority among those who share the secret. But it is a toxic bond, one that erodes trust and fosters an environment of suspicion. To abstain from divisive speech is to make a commitment to not carry tales, to not repeat rumors, and to refuse to participate in conversations that tear others down. The positive counterpart is to speak in ways that promote harmony and reconciliation. It is to use our words to heal rifts, not create them. It is to look for the good in others and to speak of their positive qualities when they are not present. It is to be a force for unity, recognizing that our interconnectedness is our greatest strength. The third aspect is to abstain from harsh speech, or ferusavaka. This includes all forms of verbal aggression, shouting, swearing, insults, name-calling, cruel sarcasm, and needlessly critical remarks. It is any form of language whose intention is to cause pain, to dominate, or to belittle another person. Often, harsh speech is a knee-jerk reaction born of our own frustration, anger, or insecurity. The practice here is to become mindful of these emotional triggers and to choose, in that crucial moment, to not weaponize our words. The wholesome counterpart is to speak kindly and gently. It is to choose words that are, as the Buddha said, soothing to the ear, pleasing to the heart. It is to cultivate a tone of voice that is warm and friendly. This does not mean being weak or sentimental. It means communicating with a fundamental respect for the dignity of the person we are speaking to. Even when we are in disagreement, gentle speech has the power to disarm anger, to soothe fear, and to create an atmosphere where real listening can happen. The fourth and final aspect is to abstain from idle chatter, or samphapalapa. This is pointless, aimless, and meaningless talk. It is speech that serves no real purpose other than to fill silence or to pass the time. In our hyper-connected world, we are drowning in idle chatter. It is the endless scrolling through trivial social media feeds, the forwarding of pointless jokes and memes, the conversations that go nowhere and leave us feeling empty and drained. Idle chatter dissipates our precious mental energy and distracts us from what is truly important. The practice of abstaining from it is a commitment to value our own attention and the attention of others. The positive counterpart is to speak what is meaningful and purposeful. It is to use our words to share what is helpful, to teach what is true, and to inspire what is wholesome. And just as importantly, it is to cultivate the art of noble silence. It is to know when words are unnecessary and to be comfortable resting in a shared, quiet presence. Sometimes, the most profound communication happens when no words are spoken at all. To help us in daily life, we can use a simple but powerful filter before we speak. Like a wise gatekeeper standing at the door of our mouth, we can ask ourselves 3 questions. First, is it true? Second, is it kind or beneficial? And third, is it necessary, or is this the right time? Only when a statement can pass through all 3 of these gates should it be spoken aloud. If it is true and kind but not necessary, perhaps noble silence is the better option. If it is true but not kind, we must question our motivation. This practice alone, if applied diligently, would revolutionize our relationships and create a world of immense peace. But does this mean we can never speak a difficult truth? Does right speech mean we can never offer criticism? The Buddha addressed this with great subtlety. He was once asked if he ever spoke words that were displeasing to others. He explained that his approach was like that of a compassionate surgeon with a scalpel. If a statement is untrue, unbeneficial, and displeasing, he would never say it. If it is true, but unbeneficial and displeasing, he would also not say it. But if a statement is true and beneficial, but it is displeasing to the other person, he would know the right time to say it. A surgeon must sometimes cause pain by cutting into a patient in order to remove a life-threatening tumor. The act is painful, but the intention is pure compassion, and the goal is healing. Similarly, sometimes a friend needs to hear a difficult truth for their own good, but we must only speak such words when our own heart is free from anger, when our motivation is purely one of compassion, and when we have skillfully chosen the right time and place for the other person to be able to receive it. Finally, right speech is not just about talking. It is also about listening. To practice mindful listening is to offer another person the rare and precious gift of our full, non-judgmental attention. It is to listen to understand, not just to formulate our own reply. It is to listen with our whole being, to hear the feelings and needs behind the words. This deep listening is itself an act of profound kindness and is an essential component of skillful communication. Having now brought our primary mode of expression, our speech, into alignment with the path, we can broaden the scope of our ethical conduct from the words we speak. We turn now to the deeds we perform with our body. This leads us directly to the fourth factor of the path, the discipline of our physical presence in the world, samma kamanta, or right action. Having brought our communication into harmony with the path through the practice of right speech, we now extend this discipline of ethical conduct into the domain of our physical presence in the world. Our words shape our reality, but our deeds give it form and substance. The fourth factor of the noble eightfold path, samma kamanta, or right action, is the practice of ensuring that our physical actions are a clear and consistent expression of our awakened view and compassionate intention. It is the second of the three great pillars of ethical living, or sila, and it is concerned with how we move our bodies through the world in a way that fosters safety, trust, and well-being for all. Right action is the art of living with profound integrity, of making our outward life a seamless reflection of our deepest inner values. The traditional formulation of right action is elegantly simple, focusing on three fundamental areas of conduct to abstain from. These precepts are not arbitrary commandments from on high, but compassionate guidelines based on a deep understanding of what causes harm and what creates peace, both for ourselves and for others. The first principle is to abstain from taking life, panatipata, in its most direct sense. This means refraining from the act of killing any living creature, from the smallest insect to a fellow human being. But the spirit of this precept goes far deeper than simply not killing. It is the active cultivation of what is known as ahimsa, or non-harming. It is the development of a profound reverence for all of life, a recognition of the preciousness of existence in all its myriad forms. It is the intention to become a protector of life, a guardian of the vulnerable, a source of safety in a violent world. When we commit to this principle, we begin to move with a new awareness and gentleness, careful not to cause heedless harm, fostering a heart that wishes for the well-being of all sentient beings. The second principle of right action is to abstain from taking what is not given, adinnadana. This means not stealing, but again, the practice extends far beyond the simple act of theft. It includes all forms of dishonesty in our dealings with the material world. It means not cheating on our taxes, not taking office supplies from work for personal use, not borrowing something without permission or failing to return it. In the digital age, it might include illegally downloading software or music, or using others' intellectual property without credit. The deeper cultivation here is the practice of scrupulous honesty and its beautiful counterpart, dana, or generosity. It is the intention to respect the property and efforts of others, and to cultivate a mind of contentment with what we have, rather than a mind that is constantly looking for what it can take. When we live with this integrity, we no longer need to look over our shoulder. Our conscience is clear, and we build a reputation as someone who can be trusted, which is a treasure of immeasurable value. The third principle is to abstain from sexual misconduct, kama sumikchakara. This precept is often misunderstood. For monastics who have taken vows of celibacy, it means abstaining from all sexual activity. For lay practitioners living in the world, It means engaging with our powerful sexual energy in a way that is not harmful to ourselves or to others. This means avoiding any sexual action that involves coercion, exploitation, deception, or harm. It means honoring our commitments and not engaging in adultery, which causes immense pain to everyone involved. It is about seeing other people not as objects for our own gratification, but as complex human beings with their own hearts, feelings, and dignity. The positive cultivation is to foster relationships that are based on kindness, connection, honesty, and mutual respect. It is to ensure that our sexuality is an expression of genuine intimacy and care, rather than a manifestation of selfish craving. The golden thread that weaves through all three of these principles is the spirit of ahimsa, of non-harming. At its core, right action is the commitment to become a sanctuary of safety for all those around us. When another person is in our presence, they should be able to rest in the unspoken knowledge that they are safe. We will not harm their body. We will not take their possessions. We will not exploit their vulnerability or betray their trust. By committing to this, we are making a profound statement. We are choosing to subtract our own energy from the world's ocean of violence, exploitation, and fear, and to instead add our energy to the currents of peace, trust, and security. This commitment to ethical action has a powerful and immediate effect on our own mind. Right action and inner peace are not two separate things. They are intimately connected. When we live a life of integrity, our conscience is clear. We are not haunted by guilt over past misdeeds or plagued by the fear of our dishonesty being discovered. This absence of remorse and anxiety creates a mind that is calm, settled, and joyful. A mind that is untroubled by the echoes of unskillful actions is a mind that can easily become concentrated in meditation. The Buddha emphasized that ethical conduct, sila, is the indispensable foundation for deep concentration. Samadhi, which in turn is the foundation for liberating wisdom. Penna, you cannot expect to find inner peace if your outer life is a source of harm and discord. By creating a peaceful external environment through right action, we are creating the perfect conditions for our own inner peace to flourish. Consider the story of a baker named Ananda, a devout lay follower who was determined to practice the path in his daily life. He made a firm commitment to right action in his bakery. He meticulously cleaned his premises to ensure no pests were harmed, non-harming. He used only the finest ingredients, never misrepresented his goods, and his scales were known to be the most honest in the city, not taking what isn't given. He treated his employees with profound kindness and respect, paying them a fair wage and honoring them as partners in his work, respectful relationships. At first, his business was slow. Other bakers who cut corners and used cheaper ingredients could sell their bread for less. But Ananda never wavered. His intention was not just to make a profit, but to make his work an expression of his practice. Over time, a remarkable thing happened. People began to talk about the baker, whose bread was not only delicious, but was made with a palpable quality of care and integrity. They knew they could trust him. They felt a sense of peace and well-being just by entering his shop. His reputation for honesty and kindness became his greatest asset. His bakery became the most beloved and prosperous in the entire city. But more than that, Ananda himself was a man of deep peace. His mind was not agitated by guilt or fear. His heart was light, and his actions were a source of joy for himself and everyone he met. He demonstrated that right action is not a sacrifice, but a wise and joyful path to both worldly and spiritual abundance. By purifying our speech and our physical actions, we have brought the majority of our outer life into alignment with the wisdom of the path. We have committed to being a force for peace and integrity in our communication and our deeds. The path now invites us to examine the specific domain that occupies so much of our time and energy, the very way we sustain our physical existence. From the general principles of right action, we now narrow our focus to the specific actions through which we earn our living. This brings us to the fifth factor, the final pillar of ethical conduct, sama ajiva, or right livelihood. We have walked the path of ethical living, or sila, by first purifying our communication through right speech, and then our physical deeds through right action. We have made a commitment to move through the world as a force for truth, harmony, and safety. Now, the path invites us to apply these profound principles of non-harming and integrity to the area of our life that occupies the majority of our waking hours. Our work, the fifth factor of the Noble Eightfold Path, samajiva, or right livelihood, is the final pillar of this ethical foundation. It asks us to look honestly at how we earn our living, how we sustain our existence, and to ensure that this fundamental activity is in complete alignment with our deepest spiritual values. For our work not to be a source of inner conflict and karmic turmoil, it must become an expression of our practice, a vehicle for our compassion, and a contribution to the well-being of the world. The core principle of right livelihood is beautifully simple. It is to engage in a profession that does not cause harm to oneself or to other living beings. It is the direct application of the principle of ahimsa, non-harming, to our commerce and professional life. The Buddha, with his characteristic clarity, specifically named 5 types of business that should be avoided by a lay practitioner. These were not arbitrary rules, but clear examples of commerce based on violence, heedlessness, and exploitation. They are dealing in weapons, the tools of death and conflict, dealing in living beings, which includes slavery, human trafficking, and the raising of animals for slaughter, dealing in meat, which is the direct product of killing, dealing in intoxicants, which lead to addiction and a loss of the very mindfulness we are trying to cultivate, and dealing in poisons, substances designed to kill or to harm. The underlying principle is clear. One should not profit from the suffering, delusion, or death of others. In our complex modern world, we can extrapolate these principles to understand what right livelihood means for us today. Dealing in weapons might extend to working for companies that fuel conflict or build systems of violence. Dealing in living beings can be seen in industries that rely on exploitative labor practices, paying unfair wages, or subjecting workers to unsafe conditions. Dealing in intoxicants or poisons could include marketing addictive products, whether they are substances or even addictive technologies that prey on human weakness, or working for industries that knowingly cause massive environmental damage, poisoning the earth, air, and water that all beings share. Right livelihood would also mean avoiding any profession that requires us to violate right speech, such as a job in deceptive advertising or political propaganda, or that requires us to violate right action, such as engaging in fraudulent financial practices. The practice of right livelihood begins with a fearless and honest inventory of our own work. Does my job require me to lie, to cheat, to exploit, or to cause harm in any way, shape, or form? But right livelihood is not just a list of things to avoid. It is a joyful invitation to find work that is actively wholesome and beneficial. The positive ideal is to engage in a profession that helps others, that alleviates suffering, that creates beauty, that fosters knowledge and connection, that protects the vulnerable, or that provides a genuine, helpful service to society. It is work that you can tell your children about with a clear conscience and a proud heart. It could be the work of a teacher, a nurse, an artist, a caregiver, a counselor, an organic farmer, un ethical entrepreneur, or a skilled craftsperson. The field itself is less important than the quality of intention and action brought to it. The ideal is to find a way to earn a living that does not create a split between our spiritual life and our professional life, but rather merges them into one seamless whole, where our work itself becomes a form of spiritual practice. Of course, for many people, simply quitting a job that feels unwholesome is not a practical or immediate option. The beauty of the path is that it meets us where we are. If you find yourself in a profession that is not ideal, the practice of right livelihood can begin right there, by focusing not on what you do, but on how you do it. You can make a firm commitment to bring the principles of the path into your current workplace. You can practice scrupulous honesty in all your dealings. You can treat every colleague, customer, and client with the kindness and respect of right speech. You can look for opportunities within your sphere of influence to reduce harm and increase benefit, perhaps by advocating for more ethical practices or by becoming a source of support and mentorship for those around you. You can bring mindfulness to your tasks, performing them with care and presence, transforming even a tedious job into a form of meditation. By doing so, you can begin to transform your work from the inside out, becoming an island of integrity and sanity. And in doing so, you may find that new, more wholesome opportunities naturally begin to open up for you. Let us imagine the story of a woman named Sarah, the successful CEO of a fast fashion company. Her company was highly profitable, built on a model of producing trendy clothes as cheaply as possible, which meant using factories with questionable labor practices and environmentally damaging synthetic dyes. Outwardly, she had everything: wealth, status, and power. Inwardly, however, she felt a profound sense of emptiness, stress, and inner conflict. After experiencing a health scare, she began a meditation practice to manage her stress. As her mindfulness deepened, she began to see with painful clarity the vast disconnect between her desire for inner peace and the harm that her company was causing in the world. She was profiting from the suffering of others and the poisoning of the planet. Struck by this insight, she made a courageous and terrifying decision. She announced to her board of directors that she was going to completely transform the company's business model. They would move away from fast fashion and towards sustainable, ethical production. She sought out fair trade certified factories where workers were treated with dignity and paid a living wage. She invested heavily in research and development for organic fabrics and non-toxic dyes. In the short term, profit plummeted. Her board was furious. Her investors panicked, and the business world called her a fool. But Sarah persisted. Driven by her new, right intention, she rebranded the company, building a new identity around transparency, quality, and compassion. Slowly, a new type of customer began to take notice. People were drawn to the story, to the integrity of the products. A loyal community formed around the brand. Her employees, proud to be part of an ethical enterprise, became more motivated and creative. Over the course of a few years, the company not only recovered, but became more successful and resilient than ever before. But the true profit was Sarah's. She had integrated her work with her heart. She had found a way to make her livelihood a direct expression of her deepest values. Her work was no longer a source of conflict, but a source of profound meaning and joy. With this exploration of right livelihood, we complete our journey through the three great pillars of ethical conduct, or Sila. We have built a solid and beautiful foundation for our lives. We have aligned our speech, our actions, and our work with the principles of non-harming, integrity, and compassion. Living in this way naturally brings a great sense of peace and freedom from remorse. But to walk this ethical path consistently, especially when faced with temptation or difficulty, requires more than just good intentions. It requires a mind that is strong, stable, and disciplined. We need the inner resources to stay true to our values. This is where the path leads us next. From the foundation of Sila to the powerful framework of mental development, or Samadhi, we must now learn how to gather our energy and focus our minds, beginning with the crucial sixth factor, Samavayama, or right effort. Having laid the firm and beautiful foundation of ethical living, Sila through our commitment to right speech, right action, and right livelihood, we now move into the second great division of the Noble Eightfold Path. This is the realm of mental discipline, or Samadhi. If Sila is the act of cleaning and preparing the soil of our lives, Samadhi is the active process of planting, watering, and tending to the seeds of wisdom within it. To live with integrity is essential, but to do so consistently, especially in the face of life's challenges, requires an inner strength, a focused energy, and a resilient mind. We must learn how to train the mind itself. The first factor in this mental training, the very engine that powers the entire journey of awakening, is the sixth spoke of the wheel, Samavayama, or right effort. The word effort in English can often conjure images of struggle, of gritting our teeth and forcing our way towards a goal with grim determination. This is not the meaning of Samavayama. A more accurate translation might be wise diligence, joyful endeavor, or skillful application of energy. It is not a white-knuckled striving, but a balanced and intelligent cultivation. The Buddha frequently used the analogy of tuning a lute or a guitar string. If the string is too loose, representing laziness, laxity, or a lack of energy, it will produce a dull, lifeless sound. No music can be made. This is the state of sloth and torpor, where we lack the motivation to even begin. Conversely, if the string is pulled too tight, representing anxious striving, restlessness, and impatience, it will produce a sharp, jarring note, or it will snap altogether. This is the state of the overeager meditator who tries to force results, becomes frustrated with their busy mind, and burns out. Right effort is the discovery of the middle way. It is the art of tuning the string of our energy to the perfect pitch, neither too slack nor too tense, where it can resonate with clarity, vitality, and harmony. To guide us in this balanced application of energy, the teachings provide a brilliantly practical four-part framework known as the Four Great Efforts, This is the how-to manual for skillfully managing our inner world. The first is the effort to prevent. This is the practice of wise prevention, of guarding the doorways of our senses. We know from our own experience that certain sights, sounds, conversations, or environments tend to trigger unwholesome states of mind like greed, anger, or envy. The effort of prevention is the wisdom to proactively manage our exposure to these triggers. If we know that scrolling through a particular social media feed reliably makes us feel envious and inadequate, the practice of right effort is the conscious choice to not engage with it. If we know that associating with cynical or negative people drains our energy, it is the effort to seek out more wholesome company. This isn't about hiding from the world, but about wisely protecting the tender seedling of our practice from predictable storms. The second is the effort to abandon. This is the practice we apply when an unwholesome state has already arisen in the mind. Despite our best efforts at prevention, thoughts of anger, jealousy, lust, or fear will inevitably appear. The untrained reaction is either to be swept away by the emotion or to try and violently suppress it. Right effort offers a middle path. First, we use mindfulness to clearly acknowledge the presence of the unwholesome state without judgment. Anger is here. Then, we can apply an antidote. We can reflect on the impermanent nature of the anger, seeing that it is a temporary cloud passing through the sky of our awareness. We can investigate its painful, burning quality and see that it harms us more than anyone else. We can consciously cultivate its opposite, bringing to mind a thought of loving kindness or compassion. The effort to abandon is not a fight, but a gentle and skillful process of letting go, of allowing the unwholesome state to wither from a lack of fuel. The third is the effort to cultivate or to develop. This is the joyful side of the practice. It is the proactive effort to bring into being wholesome states of mind that are not yet present. This is the intentional planting of beautiful flowers in the garden of our heart. It involves setting aside time for formal meditation practices like cultivating loving kindness, compassion, or sympathetic joy. It means seeking out teachings that inspire us, reading books that uplift our minds, and spending time in nature to cultivate a sense of awe and connection. A key part of this is choosing our friends wisely, to associate with Kalyana Mitta, or spiritual friends, who support our practice and embody the qualities we wish to develop in ourselves. It is the conscious choice to focus on gratitude, to actively look for the good in our lives and in others, thereby creating the fertile ground for happiness and wisdom to grow. The fourth and final aspect is the effort to maintain. Once a wholesome state has arisen, we make the effort to sustain and nurture it. When a period of calm, clarity, or joy emerges in our meditation or our daily life, we don't just become complacent. We recognize it as a precious and skillful state of mind. We make the effort to protect it, to allow it to deepen and stabilize. If a sense of peace arises, we can make the choice not to immediately jump into a distracting activity that will dissipate it. We can savor it, investigate it, and let it permeate our being. The effort of maintenance is what allows fleeting moments of peace to mature into an abiding quality of our character. It is the steady nurturing that allows a fragile sprout to grow into a strong, deeply rooted tree. It is essential to see that this fourfold effort is not a grim, joyless task. It is a path of increasing happiness. Unwholesome states like anger, envy, and greed are intrinsically painful. and stressful. Wholesome states like love, generosity, and peace are intrinsically pleasant and healing. As we become more skilled at letting go of what causes us pain and cultivating what brings us joy, the process becomes its own reward. Joy, or piti, becomes the natural fuel for our effort. We are motivated to continue the practice not out of a sense of duty, but because we are directly experiencing its benefits. We are moving from a life of agitation to a life of ease, and that journey is itself a source of profound delight. The quality of this wise, patient effort is perfectly captured in the simile of a hen incubating her eggs. A good mother hen does not worry about her chicks or try to force them to hatch. She does not think, "I hope they are yellow," or "I wish they would hurry up." She does not peck at the shells to try and help them out. If she did any of these things, she would destroy her brood. Likewise, she does not forget about the eggs and wander off for days at a time, allowing them to grow cold. Her effort is not anxious striving, nor is it lazy neglect. She simply knows what is needed. Her own steady, gentle, and persistent warmth. She faithfully provides this essential condition, and she trusts the natural process of life to unfold. She knows that if she just provides the right conditions with patient diligence, the chicks will develop and hatch all on their own, in their own perfect time. Our spiritual practice is just like this. Our job is not to force enlightenment. It is to provide the wholesome conditions of foundation of ethical living, a heart of kindness, and a mind that is presented to apply the steady, gentle warmth of our persistent effort. We trust the process and allow wisdom to hatch in its own time. Now, a crucial question arises. How do we apply these four great efforts skillfully? How do we know which effort is needed at which time? How do we recognize an unwholesome state as it begins to arise so that we can prevent it? How do we notice a wholesome state so that we can maintain it? To do any of this requires a constant, vigilant, and non-judgmental awareness. We need a clear mirror that can reflect the activity of our mind from moment to moment. This mirror, this faculty of clear seeing that directs the energy of right effort, is the very heart of the meditative path. It is the seventh factor, the one that ties it all together, samasati, or right mindfulness. With the wise and balanced energy of right effort, we have learned how to skillfully tend the garden of our mind. We have learned when to prevent the weeds of unwholesome states from taking root, when to gently remove those that have sprouted, when to plant the seeds of wholesome qualities, and when to nurture those that have begun to blossom. But to perform any of these tasks effectively, the gardener needs one essential tool: clear sight. They must be able to distinguish a weed from a flower, to see the first signs of blight, and to recognize the subtle needs of the soil. This clear seeing, this vigilant, moment-to-moment awareness that directs our energy and illuminates our path, is the seventh factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the very heart of meditative practice, the core of our inner work. It is sama sati, or right mindfulness. We have spoken of mindfulness before as the anchor that moors us to the present moment. Now, we must go deeper. Right mindfulness is more than just paying attention. It is a specific quality of attention, a particular way of seeing. It is often described as bare attention. Imagine a flawless, clean mirror. It reflects whatever comes before it exactly as it is, without distortion. It does not judge the reflection as beautiful or ugly. It does not try to hold on to a pleasant image or push away an unpleasant one. It does not add anything to the reflection or take anything away. It is simply a pure, clear, receptive knowing. Bare attention is like this mirror. It is the quality of mind that observes our experience, our thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they are, before we overlay them with our judgments, our stories, our memories, our fears, and our desires. It is the ability to see the raw data of experience, unclouded by our personal commentary, to systematically train this capacity. The Buddha offered a master framework for practice, a comprehensive guide known as the 4 foundations of mindfulness, or the Satipatthana. These are 4 primary domains, or frames of reference, into which we can direct our bare attention, covering the entirety of our human experience. The first is the contemplation of the body, or Kayanupassana. We begin here because the body is our most tangible connection to the present moment. It is always here. Now, we can bring mindful awareness to the breath, feeling the subtle sensations of air entering and leaving the nostrils. We can be mindful of our postures, being fully aware when we are walking, standing, sitting, or lying down. We can practice the body scan, moving our attention through the entire physical form, simply noticing the raw sensations of warmth, coolness, tingling, pressure, or vibration without labeling them as good or bad. This practice grounds us, pulling our scattered attention out of the chaotic worlds of past and future and anchoring it in the simple, undeniable reality of our own flesh and blood. The second foundation is the contemplation of feelings, or Vedananupassana. Once we are grounded in the body, we turn our attention to the constant stream of feelings that flow through us. In this context, feeling refers to the basic tone of an experience, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. A pleasant sensation arises, an unpleasant thought arises, a neutral sound arises. The practice is to observe this feeling tone with bare attention, without getting caught in the story behind it. We see a pleasant feeling, instead of immediately grasping and thinking, "I want more of this." We simply note, pleasant feeling. We see an unpleasant feeling arise. Instead of immediately resisting and thinking, "I need to get rid of this," we simply note, unpleasant feeling. By doing this, we begin to sever the automatic link between feeling and reaction. We see that feelings are just feelings, impersonal, transient waves of energy that arise and pass away all on their own. This is a profoundly liberating insight that directly undermines the roots of craving and aversion. The third foundation is the contemplation of the mind or consciousness, Chittanupassana. Here, we turn the lens of mindfulness back onto the mind itself. We learn to recognize and acknowledge our passing mental states with clarity. We notice, the mind has craving right now, or the mind has anger, or the mind is distracted, or the mind is peaceful. We are not judging ourselves for these states. We are not saying, "I am an angry person." We are simply seeing that at this moment, the temporary condition of anger is present in the mind. This practice creates a powerful sense of disidentification. We begin to see that we are not our moods or our thoughts. We are the spacious awareness in which these mental states appear and disappear, like clouds passing through the sky. The fourth and final foundation is the contemplation of mental objects, or dhammas. Dhammanupassana. This is the most comprehensive foundation, where we begin to see the deeper patterns and structures of our experience. We observe our inner world through the clarifying lens of the Buddha's teachings. For example, we might watch for the presence or absence of the 5 hindrance sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness, and doubt, seeing how they obstruct our clarity. Or we might observe our experience through the framework of the 5 aggregates we explored earlier, seeing how the sense of self is constructed from moment to moment. This is the stage where mindfulness matures into deep insight, or vipassana. We are no longer just observing the surface of the river. We are beginning to see its deep, underlying currents. It is here that we directly experience for ourselves the 3 marks of existence. We see with undeniable clarity that all things are impermanent, anicca, that clinging to them is suffering, dukkha, and that they are all empty of any solid, independent self, anatta. This direct seeing is what liberates us. Mindfulness is the key that unlocks the chains of our habitual, unconscious reactions. Normally, a trigger happens, and an automatic reaction follows in a split second. Someone insults us, and anger flares. We feel bored, and our hand reaches for our phone. Mindfulness inserts a sacred pause into this process. The trigger happens, but mindfulness sees it clearly. In that space between stimulus and reaction, we find our freedom. We have a choice. We can choose to follow the old, painful habit, or we can choose to respond with wisdom, patience, and compassion. Each time we make that wise choice, we weaken the grip of our conditioning and strengthen our capacity for freedom. There is a beautiful story that illustrates the vital interplay between mindfulness for oneself and compassion for others. An old acrobat master and his young apprentice were to perform their act, which involved the young girl balancing on the master's shoulders as he walked a tightrope high above the ground. The master said to the girl, "Now, you watch over me, and I will watch over you. In this way, we will protect each other and come down safely." But the young apprentice, wise beyond her years, replied, "No, master, that is not the way. I will watch over myself, and you must watch over yourself. By each of us protecting our own balance, we will protect each other and perform our act successfully." The Buddha later recounted this story, saying the girl's wisdom was profound. He explained, "To protect others, you must first protect yourself. This means establishing yourself firmly in the practice of mindfulness, taking care of your own balance. And to protect yourself, you must protect others. This means cultivating patience, non-harming, and a heart of loving kindness. Our own inner peace is not a selfish pursuit. The most precious gift we can offer the world is our own present, stable, and compassionate mind. As we apply right effort, providing the steady energy for our practice, and we use right mindfulness to clearly see where to direct that energy, a new quality begins to emerge in the mind. The mind, which was once scattered and fragmented like the diffuse light of a lantern, begins to gather and unify the scattered rays of attention through the lens of mindfulness, converge into a single, steady, and powerful beam. This state of a collected, unified, and powerfully focused mind is the culmination of our mental training. It is the 8th and final factor of the path. It is the deep stillness of Samadhi, or right concentration. We have arrived at the final stage of our journey through the division of mental discipline, and the eighth and final factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. We have learned to apply right effort, the wise and joyful energy that propels us forward. We have learned to cultivate right mindfulness, the clear, non-judgmental awareness that illuminates our way. Now we explore what happens when this steady energy and this clear awareness are brought together and sustained, when the diffuse, scattered light of our ordinary consciousness is gathered by the lens of mindfulness and powered by the energy of effort. It becomes unified, focused, and powerful. It transforms from the gentle glow of a candle into the penetrating, coherent light of a laser beam. This state of a profoundly unified, stable, and collected mind is known as Samadhi, or right concentration. In its essence, Samadhi is the practice of one-pointedness of mind, the ability to rest our full attention on a single object without distraction. For a beginner, this object is often the sensation of the breath. In our initial mindfulness practice, our goal is to simply notice when the mind wanders and to gently bring it back. In the practice of concentration, we are aiming to bring it back and have it stay. We are training the mind to settle, to grow still, and to become completely absorbed in its object of meditation. This is not a state of tension or forced focus. In fact, it is the very opposite. It is a state of profound relaxation and ease, where the mind, having been given a simple, peaceful task, finally ceases its restless wandering and comes to a state of deep, joyful rest. A beautiful and classic simile is used to describe this process, that of purifying a jar of muddy water. The ordinary, untrained mind is like this jar of water, filled with mud and sediment, constantly being shaken and stirred by the winds of our thoughts, desire, and fears. The water is murky, opaque. You cannot see through it. The shaking is our restlessness, and the mud represents the 5 hindrances that cloud our minds: sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, and skeptical doubt. If you try to purify this water by violently shaking it more, or by trying to force the mud out with your hands, you will only make it murkier. This is the folly of trying to force the mind to be quiet. The practice of right concentration is the wise approach. You simply place the jar on a stable, level surface, and you allow it to be still. You protect it from the wind. You do not do anything to the mud. You simply create the condition of stillness, and the mud, the hindrances, being heavier than the water, naturally and effortlessly begin to settle to the bottom as the sediment of desire, anger, sleepiness, anxiety, and doubt settles. The water becomes progressively clearer, more transparent, more luminous. A mind in a state of deep concentration is this crystal clear water. It is not empty, but it is perfectly still and transparent, capable of reflecting reality with absolute precision. These states of deep concentration, in which the 5 hindrances have completely subsided, are known in the teachings as the jhanas, or meditative absorptions. They are states of profound bliss, tranquility, and power. The first jhana is described as being filled with piti, a rapturous and energetic joy, and sukha, a deep and gentle pleasure, both born of seclusion from the hindrances. As the concentration deepens further into the second jhana, the initial mental activity of thinking fades away, and an even more profound joy and pleasure arise, this time born directly of concentration itself. The mind becomes utterly unified and serene. In the third jhana, the more ecstatic quality of joy, piti, fades, leaving a more subtle and pervasive sense of tranquil pleasure, sukha, while a powerful equanimity begins to emerge. And in the fourth jhana, even this deep pleasure fades away, leaving a state of pure, unshakable equanimity and mindfulness. Beyond both pleasure and pain, the mind is now like a perfectly still, deep mountain lake on a windless night, reflecting the stars with absolute fidelity. It is a mind that is supremely awake, peaceful, and powerful. It is crucial to understand that these blissful jhanic states are not the final goal of the path. They are not an escape from reality, but rather the preparation for seeing reality more deeply than ever before. This points to the two great wings of Buddhist meditation, samatha and vipassana. Samatha is the wing of tranquility, the practice of calming the mind and developing the stable, one-pointed concentration we have just described. It is the practice of sharpening the tool. Vipassana is the wing of insight, the practice of using that sharpened tool to investigate the nature of experience and to see things as they truly are. A mind that has been honed and purified through right concentration is an instrument of incredible power. It is like a high-powered microscope. Samatha is the building of this microscope. Vipassana is the act of using this microscope to look at the slide of our own mind and body, and to see for ourselves the fundamental truths of impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self. Without samatha, the mind is too agitated, the water is too muddy. To see clearly, without vipassana, a concentrated mind can become a pleasant dead end, a blissful state that we become attached to, but one that does not lead to final liberation. Both wings are needed to fly. Right concentration forges the sword of samatha, making it sharp, strong, and ready for use. And so, we find ourselves at the culmination of the path of practice. We began our journey with right view, obtaining the correct map. We then cultivated right intention, setting our will and motivation in the right direction. We then built the unshakable foundation of sila, or ethical conduct, through our practice of right speech, right action, and right livelihood, ensuring our outer life was in harmony with our inner aspirations. From that foundation, we move to the training of the mind. Samadhi, we learn to apply the wise and balanced energy of right effort, to direct it with the clear seeing of right mindfulness, and finally, to unify it into the powerful, one-pointed state of right concentration. The 8 spokes of the great wheel are now complete and working in harmony. The prescription has been followed, the path has been walked. This leads us to the ultimate and most profound question of all. What is the destination to which this path leads? What happens when a mind, so perfectly purified, balanced, energized, and concentrated, turns its full, penetrating light upon the deepest nature of existence, when the tool has been forged and sharpened to perfection, and it is used to cut through the final veils of ignorance? What is revealed? The result is nothing less than the complete and irreversible cessation of suffering. It is the extinguishing of the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the realization of the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme and unshakable peace. It is the final goal of our entire journey, the state known as awakening, or in the language of the Buddha, the supreme bliss of Nibbana. We have now traveled the entirety of the Noble Eightfold Path, with right view as our guide. We have calibrated our hearts with right intention. We have built an unshakable foundation of ethical integrity through our practice of right speech, right action, and right livelihood. And we have honed our minds to a razor's edge of clarity and power through right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The path, in its completeness, has been laid bare. The question that now hangs in the air is the most profound one of all. Where does this path lead? What is the ultimate destination? What is the final fruit of this profound spiritual journey? The answer is the very goal of the Buddhist path, a state so sublime it defies all our conventional categories of thought and language. It is known in the Pali language as Nibbana, and in Sanskrit as Nirvana. We must begin with a note of deep humility. Any attempt to describe Nibbana in words is destined to fail. Our language is a tool born from the conditioned world, a world of time and space, of cause and effect, of birth and death. Nibbana is, by its very definition, the unconditioned, the unborn, the timeless. To describe it with conditioned words is like trying to capture the vastness of the sky in a small wooden box, or trying to explain the experience of color to a person born blind. The words are not the reality. They are, at best, fingers pointing at the moon. We must not mistake the finger for the moon itself. The purpose of these descriptions is not to provide a definitive definition, but to orient our hearts and minds towards the possibility of a peace that surpasses all understanding. The word Nibbana itself offers our first clue. It literally means to extinguish or to blow out, as one would blow out a candle flame. This immediately begs the question, what is it that is extinguished? The Buddha was very clear on this point. What is extinguished are the three great fires that fuel all our suffering: the fire of greed, craving, and lust, the fire of hatred, anger, and aversion, and the fire of delusion, ignorance, and confusion. Imagine the mind as a house that is perpetually on fire with these flames. We are constantly running around, fanning the flames with our actions, feeling the searing heat of our own turmoil. Nibbana is the state in which these fires have been put out completely. What remains is not a void of nothingness, but the cool, calm, and luminous nature of a mind that is finally at peace, finally free. The word can also mean unbinding, which points to the untying of the knots of suffering that bind us to the endless cycle of rebirth and dissatisfaction. Samsara. It is essential to understand that Nibbana is not a place. It is not a heavenly paradise that one goes to after death. This is one of the most common misunderstandings. Nibbana is a psychological state, a spiritual attainment that is available to be realized right here and now, in this very life. It is the end of suffering, not the end of living. The Buddha and his enlightened disciples, the Arhats, were living, breathing human beings who had realized Nibbana. They still walked, talked, ate, and slept, but they did so with minds that were completely free from the inner torment of greed, hatred, and delusion. To clarify this, the teachings make a distinction between two types of nibbana. The first is nibbana with remainder. This is the state experienced by an enlightened being while they are still alive. The fires have been extinguished, so they no longer create any new suffering-producing karma. However, they still possess a body and mind. The five aggregates, which are the remainder left over from their past karmic actions. They may still experience physical pain. The Buddha himself had a bad back in his old age, but they do not suffer mentally from it. There is no longer any aversion or clinging to the experience. The second type is nibbana without remainder, also known as parinibbana. This is what occurs at the moment of death of an enlightened being. Since the fires that create new karmic fuel for rebirth have long been extinguished, and the old karmic fuel that produced this final body has been exhausted, the cycle of cause and effect comes to a final end. The five aggregates dissolve and do not re-arise in any form. This is the ultimate cessation, the final release from the entire round of birth and death. It is not annihilation, but the end of the illusion of a self that could be annihilated, because nibbana is beyond all our positive concepts. It is often described through negation, by what it is not. It is the unborn, because it is not subject to arising. It is the uncreated, because it is not a conditioned phenomenon. It is the deathless, for what was never born can never die. It is the ultimate refuge, the supreme security, because it is the one state that is not subject to change or decay. It is the island amidst the flood, a place of perfect safety in the turbulent waters of samsara. These are not nihilistic statements. They are poetic attempts to point the mind beyond its usual limitations, towards a reality of absolute peace and freedom. The Buddha's famous simile of the extinguished fire perfectly illustrates the nature of this final release. A spiritual seeker once came to the Buddha and asked him directly, "When an enlightened one passes away, where do they go? Are they reborn? Do they cease to exist?" The Buddha, rather than answering directly, posed a counter question. He asked, "Imagine a fire is burning before you, and then, because its fuel of grass and wood has been consumed, the fire goes out. If someone were to then ask you, where did that fire go? Did it go to the north, to the south, to the east, or to the west? How would you answer?" The seeker replied, "Master, that question does not apply. The fire did not go anywhere. It simply ceased to be because its cause, its fuel, was no more." The Buddha's face lit up. "Exactly so," he said. "In the same way, to ask where an enlightened being goes after death is a question that does not apply. The self you are asking about has been seen through as an impermanent, conditioned process. The fuel for this process, the clinging, craving, and ignorance has been completely consumed. The fire of the five aggregates has gone out. The process has ceased. Nibbana, then, is not a destination one travels to. It is the final, peaceful cessation of the frantic, suffering-filled journey itself. We have now traveled from the foothills of our everyday anxiety to the very summit of the human spiritual potential. We have seen the diagnosis of our suffering. We have walked the entirety of the path that leads to its end, and we have now glimpsed the nature of that final, liberating peace of Nibbana. We have climbed the highest mountain. Now, we must bring the wisdom of that high peak back down into the marketplace of our daily lives. The final and most pressing question remains, How do we live in our busy, complex, modern world in a way that is informed by this profound understanding? How do we integrate the wisdom of not self, the ethics of the Eightfold Path, and the aspiration for supreme peace into our lives of work, family, technology, and traffic? How do we live an awakened life? Right here, right now, we have journeyed to the highest peaks of spiritual insight, contemplating the profound peace of Nibbana and the path that leads to it. And now, we must return. We bring the wisdom of the mountain peak back down into the bustling, noisy, and often chaotic marketplace of our 21st century lives. For this is where the path must be walked. The ultimate purpose of these teachings is not to encourage us to retreat from the world into a cave, but to empower us to engage with the world from a place of unshakable peace, wisdom, and compassion. The challenge and the opportunity is to become a monk in the marketplace, to find our monastery not in a secluded forest, but in our open-plan offices, our crowded commutes, our family dinners, and our digital landscapes. The world is not the problem that we need to escape from. The world is the perfect gymnasium for our spiritual practice. Every frustration is a chance to cultivate patience. Every conflict is a chance to practice compassion. Every moment of joy is a chance to cultivate gratitude. So how do we translate this profound philosophy into a practical way of being? How do we integrate this path into a life filled with deadlines, social media notifications, relationship challenges, and financial pressures? We do it by seeing every aspect of our modern life as a direct opportunity to apply the principles we have learned. Let us consider some common scenarios. You are at work, overwhelmed by a flood of emails, facing an impending deadline. The familiar feeling of stress and anxiety, dukkha, begins to tighten its grip. The habitual reaction is to panic, to multitask frantically, to fuel the anxiety with catastrophic thoughts. The awakened response is to pause, to take one conscious breath. This is right mindfulness, anchoring you in the present moment instead of the imagined future disaster. You can apply right effort by choosing to focus on one single task, giving it your full attention, rather than scattering your energy. You can contemplate anicca, recognizing that this feeling of stress is just a temporary cloud of sensation and energy passing through you, not a solid and permanent reality. The emails and the deadline do not change, but your relationship to them is transformed from one of helpless reactivity to one of calm, centered presence. Consider a conflict with a loved one. Your partner says something that feels critical or unfair. The sting of hurt arises, and the immediate, unconscious impulse is to retaliate, to defend your ego with harsh words, wrong speech. The practice is to use that sting as a mindfulness bell. You notice the unpleasant feeling, vedana, without immediately reacting. You give it space. You can then consciously cultivate right intention, the intention of compassion, karuna, recognizing that your partner's hurtful words are likely coming from their own place of pain, fear, or misunderstanding. From that space of compassion, you can then choose right speech, words that are designed not to win the argument, but to understand the other's suffering and to heal the connection. You might say something like, "Those words really hurt. Can you help me understand what you are feeling right now?" This response de-escalates conflict and opens the door to genuine communication and healing. What about the unique pressures of our digital age? You are scrolling through social media, a landscape of curated perfection. You see images of others' fabulous vacations, career successes, and beautiful families. A familiar pang of envy and inadequacy arises. This is a modern form of suffering. The practice is to meet it with wisdom. You can apply right effort by choosing to log off, preventing further exposure to the trigger. You can practice right mindfulness by acknowledging the feeling of envy without judgment. Simply as envy is present, you can then consciously practice mudita, sympathetic joy, actively wishing these people well. May they truly be happy. May they enjoy their success. And you can apply the wisdom of right view, reminding yourself that you are comparing your inner reality with their outer highlight reel, and that their curated image is as impermanent and selfless as everything else. This practice transforms a source of suffering into an opportunity for generosity of spirit. As our practice deepens and our own suffering begins to subside, a natural and beautiful shift occurs. Our capacity for compassion expands. We begin to feel the suffering of the world more acutely, not as a burden, but as a call to action. This is the dawning of the bodhisattva ideal. A bodhisattva is one who, on the verge of entering the complete peace of nibbana, makes a profound vow to remain engaged with the world, to return again and again, until all beings have been liberated from suffering. This is the ultimate expression of compassion. It is the understanding that my liberation is not complete until all of us are liberated. Our life is no longer about seeking our own peace. Our life becomes our service, our work, our relationships. Our every action becomes an opportunity to plant seeds of awakening, to alleviate suffering, and to help others find their own way to freedom. Let us imagine a high school teacher named Michael. For years, he felt burnt out, cynical, and overwhelmed by the demands of his job. The students seemed apathetic. The administration was bureaucratic, and he felt like he was making no difference. He began a simple practice of mindfulness and compassion. He started each day with 5 minutes of quiet, setting the right intention to be patient and kind. When a student acted out in class, instead of reacting with anger, wrong speech, he would practice mindfulness of his own frustration. He would try to see the student's disruptive behavior not as a personal attack, but as a symptom of that student's own confusion and suffering. He began to practice deep listening, trying to understand the kids rather than just control them. He would consciously celebrate the small victories of his students, mudita, and he would hold their struggles in his heart with compassion, karuna. The external conditions of his job did not magically change. The students were still challenging, the bureaucracy was still frustrating, but Michael had been transformed. He was no longer a victim of his circumstances. He was a practitioner. He had found a way to make the classroom his monastery. His work was no longer just a job. It was his bodhisattva path, a daily opportunity to ease suffering and bring a small measure of kindness and awareness into the lives of his students. He had found profound meaning not by changing his life, but by changing his mind. This is the living heart of the path. It is the understanding that awakening is not some far-off future goal to be achieved after years of striving. The journey itself is the destination. Every single mindful breath is a moment of awakening. Every time you choose a kind word over a harsh one, you are embodying the awakened heart. Every time you let go of a grudge, you are experiencing the freedom of nibbana. The path is not a race to a finish line. It is a continuous process of waking up, moment by moment by moment, It is about bringing a quality of gentle awareness, profound kindness, and unshakable wisdom to the beautiful, messy, and precious reality of this very life. With this understanding, we have now brought the sublime teachings of the path full circle, grounding them in the rich soil of our lived experience. We have traveled from the diagnosis of our universal disease to the practical application of its cure in our modern world. All that remains is to gather the threads of this entire journey, to summarize its central message, and to leave ourselves with a final, empowering reminder of the peace and freedom that is our own true nature. We have traveled a long and profound road together, a journey that began in the familiar territory of our own restless hearts and led us to the furthest horizons of human potential. We began by honestly acknowledging the subtle, pervasive suffering, the dukkha that whispers beneath the surface of our busy lives. We looked bravely into its cause, discovering it not in the world outside, but in the inner mechanics of our own mind, in the burning thirst of craving, dunya, and our deep-seated resistance to the universal law of impermanence, anicca. We investigated the very nature of the self we work so hard to protect, only to find that it is not a solid thing, but a fluid, selfless process, anatta, woven into the vast, interconnected web of all life. This understanding opened our eyes to the inescapable truth of karma, the law that our every intentional action shapes our reality. From this profound diagnosis, we embarked upon the path of healing, the Noble Eightfold Path. We built a foundation of ethical integrity through our speech, our actions, and our livelihood. We trained our hearts to become boundless, cultivating the sublime states of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and finally, the unshakable peace of equanimity. And we learned to discipline our minds, gathering our energy and focusing our awareness until it could see reality with penetrating clarity. And so we arrive at the central message, the single truth that this entire journey points towards. It is this: peace is not a destination you must travel to. Abundance is not something you must acquire. Trusting the universe is not a passive hope that things will go your way. True peace, true abundance, and a life lived in harmony with the cosmos are the natural result of an inner transformation. They are the fruits that grow from the soil of a purified heart and a clarified mind. When you cease to fight the river of life, when you let go of your desperate need for things to be other than they are, you discover a power and a grace that was there all along. When you align your intentions with the well-being of all, you find that the universe supports you in ways you could never have imagined. The abundance you receive is the abundance of a heart free from the poverty of envy and greed. The peace you find is the peace of a mind that is no longer at war with itself. The journey we have taken is not merely a collection of interesting ideas. It is a call to practice, an invitation to begin. You do not need to be in a special place or have a special title to walk this path. Your life, exactly as it is right now, is the perfect place to start. The tools have been offered, the map has been unfolded. The path to the end of suffering is not a mystical secret. It is open and available to anyone with the courage and diligence to walk it. Do not be discouraged by the scope of the journey. You do not have to become perfect overnight. You need only to begin. The path is walked one step at a time, and every single step is a moment of awakening. Every time you choose a kind response over an angry one, that is the path. Every time you feel gratitude for a small joy, That is the path. Every time you sit and feel the simple sensation of your own breath, that is the path, and that is the goal, all in one. So let this not be an end, but a true beginning. Let these words be a seed planted in the garden of your heart. Let them inspire in you a sense of profound possibility, a feeling of gentle empowerment. The capacity for supreme peace and boundless compassion is not something you need to acquire. It is your deepest nature. It is who you already are, waiting patiently beneath the clouds of confusion. All you have to do is turn your attention inward and begin the joyful work of letting your own light shine. May you be well. May you be peaceful. May you be free.